Good morning, Amices and Refractium. Albori Snivel, thank you for the follow. And Steve and Niculio, off-stream follows. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Top of the morning to you. I am but one man in a world of game development. It's a cozy looking cup. Oh yeah. Things are going pretty good, Amices. I just put out a short on YouTube seconds before I started stream. Little gem tutorial. And yesterday I wrote about 1,200 lines of code. It took me all day, and we still have some lines to actually finish up what I was doing. I've been wanting to update the screenshots on the Steam page, but I'm in the middle of... There's just a few more things we got to do to actually be ready for that. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do some color corrections, and we are also going to do a little bit of coding. Gotta get the code. Damn. Good stuff. Yeah. It's going pretty good. Yeah, let's build. Let's see if it builds. And then we'll probably continue working on the game over animation, or potentially start in on the sound effects. What I was trying to do, what I was coding yesterday, was I was actually adding, I was splitting the damage, the magical damage into its respective forms. So now there is magic resist and magic damage of each school of magic. So we have earth, fire, frost, and shadow. And so basically we can have, oh, why not? Oh shit, not that. I wanted to do this. Why not? So it took me a long time to actually get all that working. Oh no! Okay, OBS almost looked like it was about to crash. We're building, we're building. You big disgrace. All right, so the only way you can really see this now is when we build. All right, good. I did handle that bug. All right. So now you can see the tooltips actually has the armor and then all the magic resist. And then it also has the damage and then the magic damage. So you get like physical damage, green is for earth, purple is shadow. So this shows that Piranhas has some earth magic and some shadow magic. And currently, like the way I was testing it, the basically the Arcana are super overpowered right now because I added the additional individualized magic damage. But it allows for a lot more variety in terms of creating resistances and different balances between things. Between enemy and Arcana powers, and the enemies also have the power as well. And I also updated the gem on the card. I just went and I took the old animation I had for the mana crystals in the corner, and I also increased the size of the mana crystal number. And let's see. Well, there's only one more thing I want to hear from Queen, and it's the Highlander song. Is this the one? Highlander, baby. So I think the gems look a lot cooler, and also, you know, that's why it inspired me to make a gem tutorial for my short today. And so yeah, I wanted to actually add the tooltip, the individualized tooltip to the card itself, so that instead of adding extra gems and stuff like that to the sides of the card, I just decided I'll probably tighten up and shorten the descriptions and then add more actual tooltip information inside, basically what you see here inside the card. So you can get just more of like a guts out of like what the card does. And so I'm going to be trying to implement that. And it's partially implemented now, but I got it to work on the tooltip, and I got the functionality in for all the split magic resist and magic damage respectively for both the enemy and the Arcana. So the enemy is now, like, for instance, the Stormcaster is predominantly magic energy now, like magic damage. And yeah. So yeah. Thanks, Refractium. It was a lot of code to get the individual magic damages and magic resists implemented, but it was worth it because it's going to really help balance the game in the future. And where are we? So I have this add stats function that I started here, and we're gonna have to thumb through it and see what else I need to do to fix it up. Yeah, it's gonna need. So here we got the damage, the armor, magic resist. Oh, and casting time, good. I also had to make the new, like, magic resist icons I did a lot of work yesterday, actually. I did a lot of work. My whole intention was to actually create screenshots and stuff yesterday, but I basically put this bigger task in front of me before I could get it done. Because it just called out to me, I guess. I don't know. So let's see, with the tooltip, we're going to want to be copying a lot of that function over, but we're going to have to do it manually. You're a little upset that the Easter holidays are here. How am I supposed to get work done with the family running around? Ah, yes. You'll have to be painting eggs and eating chocolates. You're just going to have to get ramped up on sugar, just like your kids, and use that to give you hyper focus. Like sprints of focus, you know? I'm sure your family will love it when you're ignoring them and creating awesome games. Just do it. It's for the greater good. They're like, who is this guy? Don't listen to this guy. And who could blame him? Daddy's gonna hyper-focus now, so shush. Yeah, you don't tell him to shush, because that's going to just make him get louder. I think with kids, it's the opposite. You need to basically say, hey, you see that 50-pound bag of rocks over there? I want you to go and carry that across. And for every time you carry that across the yard, I'm going to give you a chocolate, a Cadbury egg. And they do it 50 times because they're kids with an intense amount of energy. But by the end, they're so insulin crashed out and physically tired that they just end up just napping under the pile of rocks and everything's good. You know, they're nestled in tight. That's the way to do it. You don't tell them to shoosh. You drive them harder into getting excitement until you take them to the limit. All right, that's enough Queen. What do I want to listen to now, guys? What do I want to listen to now? We're still warming up. And I suppose... I do want to listen to Home. But I would like to listen to that other one, which I think it was a single here. We're going to do a little LCD for a second. Show me the singles. That's a game changer. Grumble of Pugs. Guys, go check out Grumble, making an awesome pixel art game. Welcome. Hello. I am Riyin of Riyin Art. Some call me Ryan. I don't care. Both ways works. And I'm making a game called Woods of War. And I'm currently working on... yesterday, I added 1,200 lines of code to support magic resist and magic damage of the respective schools of magic. We've got Earth, Fire, Frost, and Shadow. And they are all implemented. And I am working on getting the tooltips to actually reflect that as well. So here, I'll show you. You can see the tooltip now has all of the respective damage types and magic resist. So that way, you know what the hell's happening behind the scenes. You call him daddy? What's up, iHeart? Mystical Cell? Let's go. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just warming up with some LCD right now. Grumble, how was your stream? How did you do? Did you get some things done? And do you need to just raid and run? Do what you need to do. What's up, Booyah? And I also, yesterday, redid the gems on the cards as well. Yeah, lots of miscellaneous stuff. Stream was good, making good progress. Well, that's 2 goods. That must mean it's twice as good. So it's great. You're doing great. I'm going to just take that as a great. But right now, yeah, so I'm working on actually getting those little tooltip icons with stats to show up on the cards themselves. So right now I'm going to have to be thumbing through the code to make sure that that shows up. And then later I might be working on the game over animation, which you see in the corner here. The tree falling over. The official game over. Very sad. Very sad. What? What? It will be great when the game is done. How far are you off from making the game, Grumble? How far? How far? Yo, Zeta, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, man. You bring friends? How was your stream? Yeah, Grumble, how far off are you from... Yeah, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's still far away. Are you like in sight of a demo? How is your stream, Zeta? Shoot you follow, Zeta. Zedishal. This is the place to be. Good. Can you call me just Zed? Absolutely, Zed. I think I figured it out. Yeah. You got it. I have an old demo, but I'm working on a new one in different levels, more polished. Nice. So Zed, how was stream? What was the mission today? Did you get some good things done? Did you have a good time? Author of various programming books, painter and stuff, creator of weird art games. Damn, you got some cool stuff. I shot you a follow. Let's see. You aim for your streams to be the opposite of brain rot. Hell yeah. I'm all for that. That's what we're about here as well. We actually focus on like work and stuff and like get stuff done. Grumble with your old demo, but you're working on a new one, different levels, more polish. So yeah, I'm actually thinking of joining the Next Fest for June, and that means I'll need a demo for my game for that. And actually today was like my self-imposed deadline to sign up for it, and I think I'm gonna do it. I might wait till tomorrow to do it, but like I think I'm gonna do it. So it's almost demo time. But Grumble, have you joined a Next Fest yet? Was also doing C++ pixel art game dev, hacking on a weird game that watches me code and then punishes me for making mistakes. Okay. So is that in line? Because you said, I saw in your description that you wrote programming books, and I wonder if that's in line with your books. That'd be a great marketing tool. Make like a game that basically teaches you what you write in the book, but then punishes you if you get it wrong. Like a piano teacher with a ruler slapping on the hands. I like it. It also sounds horrible. What is it making me think of? It's making me think of a book that I can't put like my finger on the title. There was some self-flagellation in this book that I forget what it was called, but it was like, it's a classic book that I'm sure everyone's read, but I can't even recall right now because I'm too dumb. Anyways, you haven't done a Next Fest yet. You're going to the one that's closer to my release. Yeah, that's generally wise. Generally wise. I am trying to force myself to release this game by like next February. And so I'm like pushing myself to do it now because it's like helping me like elevate to get stuff done, I think, to have that pressure. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the right move or not, but no, my books are very beginner friendly. No punishment allowed. Well, thanks so much for the raid, guys. I just got raided by Grumble of Pugs right before Zed, you raided. And I'm happy to bring in the crew. Guys, should we focus? Should we get some stuff done? Should I put my nose in the code and actually make stuff? Thanks for the follow, Zed. And Hearts, thank you for the follow. Pizza, thank you for the hollow, the hollow. Thank you for the hollow. I mean the follow. Interesting. I would think doing the October Next Fest makes more sense. Yes, but October is like, it's so ripe with interesting and fun marketing for horror stuff, Halloween. I don't want to compete with that. I feel like my game in the general tower defense theme that it has, Woods of War, it's not like horror based or anything. I think this is the time of the year that it needs to go out. June, like summertime, it's a great time for the timing of it, I think, because it's a bit of a hole in the marketing realm. You know, there's kids like out doing summertime stuff and people are just kind of trying to stay cool, you know, and probably on their comps, just chilling, looking for something fun. And like October, I don't think I would have enough juice to compete with all the October stuff. You know what I mean? Maybe next year, though. I was kind of thinking next year would be cool because I want to do like a horror game next. And maybe next October, I'll do a Next Fest with a horror game. That's if like I'm able to produce the horror game faster than this one. We'll see. Probably not. Focus mode. Dev, welcome in, welcome in. I mean, you guys aren't wrong, but I'm like trying to push myself to finish stuff. And honestly, it's scary the amount of stuff that I want to get done, and thinking I'm like being a little bit ambitious about it, thinking that I can do it. But I think part of me just is trying to force my hand, because if I don't put like deadlines on myself like that, then it'll end up just scope creeping and expanding into forever, you know? Thank you for the follow, Dev. Appreciate you. You're still getting your demo out for summer is a good plan. I feel like I'm super close. Like I'm super close to having like an alpha, and I just need to add some infrastructure. We need to get the game over screen finished, actually have the game over. I need to like track score, put in being able to go in and out of a level, and create like the title screen, which is already kind of started, but so it just basically forces me to make the rest of the infrastructure for the game. And then after the demo's out, I'm getting playtest feedback, and I'm just expanding the content and getting ready for release by like, I don't know. It'd be nice if I could release it in October. But honestly, I might like push it till like January, February, anyways, because of the fact that I wouldn't want to compete with all that stuff that comes out at that time. But I don't know, maybe. Just depends on how well I'm able to make progress on things. Fine, just chilling, having breakfast, watching quality content. Thanks. All right, so why don't we get to work, guys? Why don't we get to work? All right, so I need to update this to actually show these tooltips on the cards themselves. And I have the function partially built, and I did all the refining on the tooltip. And so I'm going to basically be transferring that logic into the card add stats function, but it's constructed slightly different. So I can't just like copy paste exactly. So I'm just going to piecemeal it. Let's okay. Ah, yes. Yes, you're already there. We usually stream for like a long time, you know, like good 6 to 8 hours. So we're just getting started. We got a long road ahead of us today. So definitely lock in if you're trying to get some work done. This is a good place to be. We'll help you focus. We won't get you too distracted. Things do come up though. All right, so this section, I think that's the casting time. We can just all right, so I will do a little pasty paste. Honestly, I did make enough changes that, but there was a lot of interesting compromises. I think we will continue to piecemeal it. Yeah, we need to update that too. Chill guy, what's going on? How you doing? Okay, pretty nice. Let's go. Yeah. Let's see, what are we gonna listen to, guys? What are we gonna listen to? I don't even know. What up? Nothing much. We're just going to be adding a lot of these functions as they are from the tooltip class over to the card sprite class, but they are internally slightly different. So there will be a lot of overlap, but a lot of subtle changes. Because it's going to be a unique format between what's on the tooltip and what's on the actual card. But we got to add the little stats for the for the card's abilities, you know. Just a more in-depth look on how things work. Let's see, that's... Oh, that added the translations. Where's the translations? Oh, no, okay, okay. That is the wrong class. Needed to add it here. Update. And then we need to add that logic. So basically all I did was add this add a height to that function, and that should be up to snuff. Because there's other like subtle changes that I can't just like copy paste the whole thing over, but there's a lot of overlap, so it is what it is. Atlas game music. It's going down now. Added to queue. All right, your song request has been honored, Refractium. It shall come up after this song is completed. So let's see. Where was I? Lots of reconciliation today. It's like, I don't know, bookkeeping. Sometimes when you're coding, you just have to slowly and assuredly divide and conquer. Get all of your ducks in a row, all the T's crossed and the I's and the dots and the I's. And this is when I just like to take it one beat at a time. So we got our rank label with the, so this is the actual title. So we got rank, title, description. So that's not actually going to occur on ours. The rank is. So we're gonna jump from rank to durability. So let's see. We got rank, durability, and then we start with the armor stuff. So when we get into armor, we're starting to track the line breaks. Here I am saying the line break doesn't occur for let's see that we had a default value of yes. And if it does have a default value of yes, add height, the add armor, I'm saying has an automatic add height. All right. And then moving on to casting time, we put in, we say don't add for any of these without that logic either. And this is in the upgrade, yes. So then casting time, for all the magic resist, they're going to have none of that stuff. It's about to change. The vibe's going to change. What did Refractium do? What's this song coming up? What did you do? Anime! Actually, a lot of these already have the false. So a lot of these are, no, that's the other one. This one we actually have to set it. Never mind. We do need to set it. And I'm going to put just going to copy and paste that. I don't think there's anything else we changed about it. Except today, those are all individual. Yes, yes. Yes. And visual false. Okay. All right. So those are all good. We got earth, fire, frost, and shadow. Go back to the shadow. And what else have we got? Wow, wow. Move it about. Let's see this one. Okay. Now, next is the shadow resist. We're looking at the damage and the damage label. Then we actually start using the add line break. So I'm going to copy this. And here, it's the damage label. Is there anything else that changed about the damage label? Looks like there's more. That's for the range. Oh yeah, I am doing that. Why does it look beefier? Ah, because it's using the... not the rank 1. Cool song, man. I liked it. Top of the morning to you, Forrest Grump. How you doing? We're gonna get... the only thing that could follow this is only... there's only one thing that can follow that. Only one thing. Refractium set it off. All right, so there is the line break there, damage next, and then we got to go into earth damage. So this one now is going to have the line break business. Pretty sure it's already on my clipboard, but let's copy it again. And we need to add that to there, 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 and there. So we're going to add it, and add it. Now here is the speed velocity, goes in with the decimal string modification, does its thing. And then I got mana. So there is speed and whoa. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo. So I put the casting time here. So this casting time copy can suck my butt. And also the mana crystal is already just on the card itself, so we don't care about that. And so that's mana, formatting, and then getting into the niddle griddle. Pretty sure none of that changed. So this part I might do a direct comparison, comparative analysis here, because might be a lot of subtle changes. All right, so we're not doing the title or that, so we're starting on the, not the mana. You know it. Oh. Because I have a few items that are meant to just be strung along a y-axis. So let's see. The durability. Yeah, we don't need that. So duration. So these are like where it gets a little bit slightly confusing because it's a little bit turned around. But let's see. Let's compare durability with durability. So these two. Now the 20 plus margin plus dist X. I didn't do the dist X. But I need to start dist X, and I can't start it there. What's it going to be based on? It has to be based on... I guess we'll start it with the icon margin. And we need to move the casting time down to somewhere else here. That came after the speed. So durability, speed, and then casting time. I need these to be similar. Less balls to juggle in the air. You slept only 1 hour, dude. That's not enough time. You're a beast. And not just 'cause you're ugly. Got him. I'm kidding. I'm almost out of drink, guys. I'm almost out of drink. All right, so durability. Right, I do. Yeah, okay. Can't forget that we're modifying the actual destination rectangle to be bigger, so then we're gonna have to account for that on the 10s. So let's get our individual story straight. I don't know that I'm using the add line break anymore. Oh, I guess I am using it for an alternative thing. So the X. So I don't do this. Yeah, we don't do this. So the durability is going to be the HP. And then we're going to add the next positioning. Wait, accounting for that. All right, okay. Next. So we're going to need to be 20 plus detail X. Detail X plus margin. Add the increase in size. plus, little plusy plus. And you are also on detail X plus margin. Yes, and you're going to be not a thing. And then we're going to add you. Wait. Oh. Whoa, buddy, whoa. Look at this little discrepancy. I knew I was tired yesterday. After adding 1,200 lines of code yesterday, I started to get a little bit fuzzy. Yes, you heard that correctly. 1,200 lines of code yesterday. It was a long day. Orshi, are you going to add frames that make Gant look more damaged, or is he just going to be chopped in one fell swoop? Well, the plan was... The only way that I would do that, Orshi, is if it was in the animation itself. But no, there's not going to be like a slow degradation of him as he gets chopped down. It's going to be as soon as he's hit without the arcanas there, it's like instant death. To add a little bit more tension to the gameplay itself. Because if he had just like a ton of armor once he had no nodes on him, like no arcana, and you were able to just like say hit him like 5 times, that gives you enough time to like recover, and it makes death like less likely. Like, it's already, I think, enough that you have to lose like all 6 of your arcanas and then be struck directly. So it's just all for like creating the right tension. I think when you're a player and you're interacting with the world directly and you hit something and it slowly gets corroded, it's good. There's like a satisfaction that comes with that. But I think when it comes to the game over, you know, I heard Pirate Software say this one time about roguelikes. He's like, what makes a roguelike good is if you can fail quickly, you know, because if you're like slowly failing, then it kind of draws it out. So basically you're going to get hit and you're going to just die. But no, there's no like slow crumbling of assets, because the only thing I'd want to do that on, honestly, would be the assets, the arcana themselves. But even that would just be a lot of excessive artwork. So I'm probably not going to do anything like that. But we'll see. It's something that like I might, in a way, include in the final animation. Like I just have like, right now I have the animation of the tree just falling over. I was thinking that there needs to be a little bit more preamble to it. Like maybe it'll show a death of him like kind of like falling apart. I wanted him to fall over more slower, like, cause like right now he just like instantly falls over in the animation. And I'm thinking he needs a little bit of like preamble, cause there's going to be sound effects of like wood snapping and stuff, but I don't want it to be super long, you know, cause like I said, when you fail, you should fail quickly. Feels okay. I hope it does. In the end, I'll see how it feels in the game, you know, and if there's room for it, it would be nice, but I'm not sure. I think having him like grimace when his, at least when the tree's getting struck and say the arcana are taking the damage, if he grimaced at that point, I think it would be a little bit of extra character potentially. So I've considered that. It's a design decision at the end of the day. Was just curious about what direction you wanted to go. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea, but it's, I think, more fun if you have to, you know how like when you, I don't know, like there's a curse that you can take in Wizard of Legend, for instance, that makes you do twice, like double damage, but like you only have 1 HP. So you can only get hit once. And that, I think, brings a lot of excitement. And so, like, in a sense, you're already able to take a lot of hits because your Arcana themselves are there as like your armor that's taking the hits. But as soon as the Arcana is gone and you're hit once, it's just instant death. So it's like you've lost. Basically, you just have to be maintaining the Arcanas. And I think it's just going to make the most impact gameplay-wise. How about a chipmunk jumping out of the Gant as he falls? All I see is the animation on the right screen now, so it seems quite abrupt that his trunk is severed in a matter of a frame. Well, that's what I was saying. That's one thing I want to add to the animation, is having at the start of it, like between these two frames, have it like have just a few more frames of it doing more of like falling over. I can almost see it be like running that same. So wait, this is this animation. So check it out. So it can be kind of like samurai style. So like, you know? Like, let's see. I just had this idea. I still need to put like more to it, but like could be something like that just to start it. And also another tween of him like from the start, from this frame to this frame. One more. So that it's like he just starts more gently falling over. So again, this is still just a rough animation. I'm still trying to figure it out. You know, so like adding more frames to slow it down, and there will be sounds of like the, you know, like when a tree falls over, it starts very slowly. You just mainly hear snapping, and then it plummets at the last second. So it'd almost be like delay some of these frames. So something like that. Anyways, it's the first idea, you know, like it's just the rough thing. So I don't know how it's going to potentially evolve. But, that's something I'll tool on a little bit later. Maybe he could sway back and forth on the frame and his trunk basically snaps. I think it's just the clean cut that makes it seem odd, really. What if its leaves turn to fall colors and fade? Like that he looks more angry at the death than pain to me. Oh yeah, I decided he's gonna be pissed. No, there just needs to be more. It just needs to come together more. Like it is still a rough animation where there's not a lot of finished detail to it. And it's just kind of like the general, like the fall. And in order to make it look like it's falling over slowly, like I want it to, it needs more frames. That's the only thing that's going to really make it make sense, basically. This one. Like the concept so far, falling into the camera is nice. Steph is really dumb for clever people that made Lint how to. Takes ages to fix the stupid errors. Not cool, bro. Adge. Oh, we're out of Adge. So yeah, like there'll just be more evolution. Like I said, I just spent like 5 more minutes on it and already started to put in that delay at the start. And it's already, I think, starting to communicate that a little bit better. But yeah, it's a work in progress for sure. And it's also just the first idea. Like it's one of those things that last stream, I didn't want to over render it because I wanted to block it out more. Just let some time pass and just vibe it out. So that I can make little decisions like that. Because I agree that I don't think it's like fully there yet. Because obviously, like, what a usual tree getting knocked over looks like is the inside of the tree, you know, it has like the little like edge chopped out. And it's like almost like an hourglass shape, you know? But I'm thinking for this one, since it's breaking a magic barrier, you know? Like eventually it just breaks down all at once, kind of a thing. Because think of it this way. I mean, if you're talking about chopping down an old growth tree, it probably would take like a good like 4 or 5 hours to like fully cut down a giant tree like that. It would be really slow and hard and boring. You know? So in a game, it's like, if you think about it, I have to make it fantastical and quick. Because otherwise, if we're sitting there watching them like literally just chop the thing down little by little, it's going to be boring. Even though it'd be like more accurate. So I'm going to have to come up with some distillation of reality, something that just says, it is what it is. Casting time will be on the back end here. It's icon margin plus detail X plus. Let's see, so the icon X, that gets the detail X. It's going to be detail X plus plus icon margin, right? No, plus margin. Plus margin. All right, so then we are on to resetting the detail box or detail X, and I set that to icon margin for now. And then we get into damage. The entire trunk gets uprooted most of the time on big trees like this. Yeah, for real. I just like the look of the little stump. It looked nice and polished. And yeah. Multiple death scenes may randomly be picked. Lightning strike version where he just splinters apart violently. Wow, the tree is cut. I know, Arya. We're working on it. It's not fully realized, but it is the preliminary concept, yeah. Classic, you have died from dysentery flavor type, flavor text, perhaps. I'm okay with not using dysentery text. It's not that kind of death. It's more of a brutal death that would get you into Valhalla, you know? It's a violent and quick death. Except he is falling over a cliff. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. All right, so now we are into the earth damage. So let's double check on that. That looks good. That and that. 20. We add this. It is just a slow and painful process of reconciliation between these two functions. Maintaining their slight differences. Because in the end, I'm actually going to be changing a lot of this code to reformat it. But like, I want to get the initial logic in there to have that foundation. That's why I'm copying it over verbatim, and then we're going to make adjustments after it starts to show up. So the first goal is to actually get it to show up, because what I'm doing is passing in a surface, and I haven't even added in the blit stuff. Why is that looking like that and that looks like that? Uh-huh. Have you done any work on the maps, other seasons yet? I started on the summer a little bit, aka the lava level, and I need to also do the mini map, like not the mini map per se, it's like the in-between level map. And it's just going to be a wheel of the seasons, basically. It's the concept I have now. When the wave nova goes off, I hear a dead, thundering, reverberating crack. Yeah, there's definitely going to be like the whole crack tones. Okay, where are we at? Fire. So yeah, right now programmatically I'm trying to add the icons and stats to the individual cards. That's what we're working on right now. We're working on a bunch of stuff at once, as always. Nothing so new. Let's see. Bum, wah, 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 wah. Onto the resist. Yeah, it'll be fun to put in the sound effects when the time comes. I was hoping to do that, maybe start today. But I don't know. I think probably focus on the game over animation instead and then get the sound started off stream. Just get the infrastructure for the sound in, and then on stream we'll end up adding the rest of the sounds. Probably be easier if I just start that off stream. But it's neither here nor there, honestly. There's just so much to do that there's stuff a little bit higher priority at the moment. But yeah, this week, I think, probably by Friday, we'll be working on sound effects. I think it's time the game had some sound effects. It's one of those flourishes that, like, doesn't take that much effort, but adds so much to the game, you know? Been working on this. Oh, we found another one. Hey. Find a little discrepancies here too, which are good. As I am combing through this to allowing me to fix some of the tooltip code, which is good. It's very good. Good things are coming of this. Good things indeed. All right, so that's the end of the line. Let's review. So in order to get this to actually show up, So I'm actually blitting for the extended surface. And let me see. Here's where I blit to the surface. So I'm passing in I'm blitting to the extended surface. So what I end up doing is I create the surface, and here I'm generating textures, and then I'm blitting. Why am I creating the texture here? Solely so I can query it. It honestly seems pretty inefficient. I could probably just do this with the surface. Because right here I'm doing it to get the X and the Y. But I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of it necessarily. It's not that big a deal, but... So we got our text surface, and it's the extended surface. So we create the extended surface. We already know how big it's supposed to be. Which means we have to like predict how far the extended surface is gonna be. And if we look at the tooltip, which this is going to look messed up, but it'll give us an accurate sizing. So this is like what we're adding to the card, basically. Except without the text looking all messed up. But let's see. So that's going to be 42 height. So new height is with that. So here we've extended the surface and we filled it with transparency. So then we have our extended surface here. And then I ended up passing in the extended surface with the renderer on into the add stats. And I need to be running this blit surface to the extended surface as I'm creating these things. Mystical Cell, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we come into here, we get all the information, and here I'm actually passing in the renderer. So is this where I'm actually... I'm actually just setting up the information here. I'm getting everything set up, and I create the textures. What song is this? This is Battle. Torna from Xenoblade. From Insane in the Rain music. All right, so... Ah, yes. You've got the original in your playlist, eh? So there we go. That sets it up. We get all the information we need. So essentially, I can just take that same at the end of add stats. I can then run what is in the tooltip draw function. So we're going to need to run the blit. So let's go into the draw function here. Whoa. Draw function. Here's where I'm doing the tooltip stuff. So we're going to copy that. I'm going to bring that. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to take the blitz. And we're going to blit into the extended surface all of the goods. Give it a goods. But that does mean that we're going to need... We need to create a surface from the texture. I'm not sure I've done this before. Convert texture to surface. Okay, so blit surface forms a fast blit from the source surface to the destination surface. Right, so I'm going to need a surface. So I'm doing this all for the surface, on the surface. No! You can render a texture to another texture, but you can't render a texture to a surface. However, you can access the texture data from the current rendering target by using render read pixels. That's horrible. That's exactly what we don't want. So, fuck. How am I going to handle this? Got to come up with another way. Because I can't be running the read pixel in this many times in succession. It'll be too much. So See, that creates a surface. Yes. Now, when I first load the icon texture, that also creates a surface. So we can do this all based in surfaces. We don't have to convert everything here. So this icon texture will change to icon surface. And as we start to load it in, right here we will go icon surface, icons surface. I'm just going to change that to icon surface, icon surface. So we load icon surface, and then it comes in and it says unable to do that. And then here, just a little error checking and get rid of that. So we're not going to convert it to a texture. We're going to leave it as the surface. So that takes care of the icons. Now, getting into the text, update text. Here I actually have the text surface, which means we're going to have to go into the structure and change the SDL texture for the tooltip info to be a surface. SDL surface. So let's see. Surface equals text wrap. We can get rid of this. We will not be freeing the surface. Here it is creating a blend mode for the texture. I'm going to change that to set the blend mode for the surface. Surface, blend mode blends. And we can just take this information here and use it like so. Get the width. Get the height. We don't have to run the query. And it'll do all that. And this, if surface is not equal null, surface, SDL free surface. This will not be an issue though, because this is already going to be, I'm not running this multiple times. We're just going to be doing this at the start. But I'm just running it at the start. We don't need that code. Visible true body color equals body, or color equals body color. Rank. All right, so we got our surface. Everything's in surface mode. All right, everything is a surface. Now here we can go through the tooltip map and we can say if surface, does that come in? Yeah, right. Right. So that loads in. Yeah, okay, that does come in like so. We change these to surface. Okay, we will start with the icons surface, and we're going to bring in, does that also pass? Yeah, okay, that does pass by reference. We're going to pass in the icon source rectangle, leave the extended surface. Why is that undefined here? It should be called T extended surface. And then we have our destination, and we'll stick that here, blitted to that surface. Now we got to do the text. So the text is dot surface. Grab this. Source rect for that blit, and destination for that blit. No flip. Get rid of this. I don't know why I'm setting the alpha there. I guess there's like scenarios where the alpha does get like hidden. I don't think I need to do this one here though, because I'm already detecting if it's visible, right? I think I can leave that alone. So that's actually drawing to the extended surface. We're blitting to the extended surface. And once we've blitted those bad boys, we don't need them anymore, except we do need the icon surface. We can SDL free surface of the icon surface after it's all said and done. But for each individual, we will free the surface individually. This does beg the question, though, of whether or not this is going to get erased when we go to full screen, and whether or not I need to do the read pixel function. But in this instance, I'd only have to run it once if I had to. But we'll see. Okay, so surface. Maybe that's only when you're splicing textures together and not surfaces. So if you write everything to a surface first and then convert the one surface into a texture, then that stays unharmed. That'll be an interesting test. All right, so we're going to free this surface. Free surface. Call that a pump and dump. We got you down where we recorded you to the extended surface, and then we get rid of you. Never to call you again. And then we free surface on the icon. We extended the surface by 45. And did I based everything on the Y offset, right? Let's see, the start of the Y. Yeah, Y offset plus margin. And so let's double check the start of that. We're just about ready to test this. Y offset text rect H plus sledding. So it might be a little too margined out, but we'll see. Hopefully the width, we may have to fix the width. Veller, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Let's build it. Let's break it. Let's see what happens. So we did a bunch of coding. This initial pass will just to see whether or not we get any errors based on what we just typed up. If there's any missing semicolons or non-existent variables that I pasted over from the tooltip that I didn't catch. But hopefully it just works perfectly. That would be amazing. If it works perfectly, then we can move on. Well, built with no errors. Let's see if it even shows up, though. Oh, no, we got an error. All right, so when I tried to pull the surface width... Here, let's find the big boy here. Show the little guy. All right, so segmentation faults. What is the segmentation faults? So this must be for the rank. Why is the rank done that way? Get the source. So I get the translation there. I feed that into the update text. It comes in, it does this coloring. So why is it skipping for rank? Is it because it's already constructed elsewhere? It doesn't matter. So for rank, what's that logic even doing then? Oh. That was the problem. So what is that if statement? If it's description, we apply letting. If not, just do the thing. Okay. Little malformation there. We should be good to go now. On that front. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So yesterday, like I was saying earlier, I wrote 1,200 lines of code. And the reason I wrote the 1,200 lines of code, and it took me all day, was so that I could do what I'm about to do right now, which is getting the tooltip icons and stats to show up inside the card. And it took me all day, like all the things I was setting up, just to get this to work. And I don't even know if it's gonna like look right, but even if I end up not going with it, it still was worth it to separate all of the magic damage into its respective schools of magic and adding the magic resistance. So there's like magic resistance is treated like armor towards magic energy. All right, we got another error here. Another segmentation fault. So something is missing here. What is it? All right, so let's review that. This is known as the surface. This shouldn't run until the very end. Honestly, I could take that off the heap, put it on the stack, because the we only use the icon once. Icon surface. What is missing here? It looks like the surface didn't get loaded. Did I not properly rename it above? Icon surface. That doesn't change. Didn't give me the error message. We only run that once, right? Yeah. Why blitting? Blitting is, in this scenario, I was doing blitting because I was taking the, it's the only way that I was able to do my own custom leading for the text. Basically, the line breaks, the text was too far apart. And so then I had to cut up the text. I generate the text with the font, and then I split up the text into its respective lines, and then I blit the lines onto a surface. And I noticed that when you blit stuff, when you blit surface, you don't have to, there's this like weird thing in SDL2. When you take a texture, once you've taken a surface, you converted it to a texture, and then you say you have a bunch of different textures you want to then flatten onto a singular texture. When you do that, you change render target to a particular texture and you draw to that texture, a bunch of textures, and it gives it this weird like clear flag, so that when you go to full screen, it clears those textures. Textures that you've consolidated down from other textures, they get cleared, and then they have to be redrawn. And so for textures that I only intend to draw once, in order to actually successfully do that, you can, there's a way around it where you can take multiple textures and draw them to one texture, and then if you use that function, render read pixels, which is a really slow function, it's not something you can run like all the time. You can then read those pixels in and then write a texture from that, and then that won't have that flag on it, so that when you go to full screen, those textures won't suddenly disappear. But if you create things as a surface and you blit them instead, consolidating them into one texture, and take that surface and convert it to texture, it no longer has that flag and you can go into full screen. And so it's like blit is a more efficient way to consolidate textures, because the read pixel function is actually very slow, and you also go through the effort of like creating the surfaces, converting them to textures, reading them, and then bringing it. It's just like this convoluted process that's kind of annoying anyways. So the more you can kind of keep things on surface and then at the last moment convert it to texture, I found it's a little bit more efficient. So that is why blit. I would think you just make each glyph a texture. Yeah, you would think that, wouldn't you? And on the tooltip, that's exactly what I do. But in this case, I don't. The surface... Why is the surface disappearing? So let's run it again. Image surface. Surface. Honestly, I feel like I could just run this. Oh, that's why. Do you guys see what's wrong here? Do you understand what's wrong here? So I put this on the header, and then here I am like defining it again. So that's why I like pushed it out of the scope. So actually, I'm going to bring that back, and I'm going to take this off the heap, and I'm going to, I guess, the fact that it's a the fact that it is already a pointer means it's going to be pushed to the heap, I guess. But I'm still just gonna, we're just gonna do it here. And then we'll, at the end of this function, clear it. So it doesn't just like have this lingering variable on the header for no reason. We just use this temporarily and then we're done with it. So that should fix it. That was the issue. It was not properly in the scope because I was like already redefining it, pushing it into the stack scope, and then it disappeared. And then when it tried to use it, it's like, it's not here, you fucking idiot. What do you mean? I get it. And I may be getting the heap and the stack confused. I know that I guess my basic understanding is the stack memory is when things are written within a function, and the stack is like, it's like how functions are run. It's like each line of a function is on the stack. But then when you save something to the heap memory, it means it exists outside of the stack. It means it's something that you can just pluck from the heap anytime you need, jumping from one function to the next. And so it's like making something persist beyond function scope, basically. It's my basic understanding of it. I hope I'm getting that right. I'll have to look into this clear flag you're talking about. I learned about it because I would just go to full screen and stuff would disappear, and I was like, what the fridge? Oh, I saw it. It's working. Look, it's ugly, but it's working. Very good. Ooh, it's not actually scaling up with the distrect. Interesting. But it's kind of showing what's to be. So we need to add more heights, first of all, and then we need to fix a bunch of things about it. There's a lot of busted things about it, but it's starting to show up. So the idea is to have like icons on the actual cards themselves depicting stats. So the icons themselves need to be twice as big, and yeah, it looks like it's not. I've never blit and tried to modify the source rectangle on a blit before, so this is like new territory for me. So it's like, I wonder if how much it can actually handle that. But why don't we just start by trying to scale up the distract first and see why that's failing. If we actually get down to it, we could drop a breakpoint for where it's going on. I know it's like still the little thing right now, and you see mostly the code. It's okay. It doesn't look good yet, anyways. So fret not. All right, let's wait for a new card. We just got to play a card, and it should give us the blit. All right, here we go. We've got our breakpoint. Let's see what we got. Not really an issue for me. I'm doing all render code from scratch, so you handle the texture abstraction myself. Nice. Okay, so first of all, oh, that is set here. Yeah, okay. The source is 1010. The distract here will be 20. Yes. So that'll fix that thing. And then another issue that I wanted to fix was adding a little bit more height to the extended surface. So here we add 45. I'm going to add 10. And I know the width actually looked pretty off too. But let's just try this. I like to just fix like one thing at a time. Not get too ahead of myself. Because then I'll lose track of like what I fixed. And so basically the icons should look normal now, look the right size. And then I want to make sure that they are actually the correct icons. Because it looked like one of the icons might have been wrong. I saw the armor icon, the shield, show up twice. And that's not good. It's not good at all. Skip-it-a-bop-bop. Here we go. What have you got for me today, sir?
Come on.
The Zykes, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, so the icons are still tiny. Why are they still half size? What in the actual turd burger is going on? Icon distract. That's set. Oh, I'm not actually using that. I'm using what's on the tooltip, duh. Shouldn't have to set it this way. I don't know why the other settings aren't taking. It's because they're off. Perhaps it's one. No, that wouldn't matter. So when it comes to casting time, all this stuff, yeah. But then here, oh, wait a second, wait. Are these actually getting pushed? I guess that's how I'm pushing it into the map. I define it and I reference it with this, and then I populate it. So that's how I'm like pushing into the map data. Alexia, what's going on? Welcome in. So the speed text, no. So coming down into here, the icon disrect just looks like set it right there. Is that correct? Dura speed damage. I mean, like, they're all wrong. Like, durability is wrong. Smaller size. And they're all set to 20, and I already, so now they're being doubly set. Seems like their placement is relatively decent, but is this correct? Dot. Yeah, that's fine. So what is going wrong? Nothing much. Added the game to wish list. Looks cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. For anyone who is curious of checking out the Steam page, here it is. I don't have current screenshots yet, but I will soon. I'm trying to do that in the next day or so. I just got to finish adding the making some adjustments to the cards, and also making some color adjustments on the tree face and some of the arcana. Still kind of the old Bart color. And then once that's updated, then I'll be able to do the new screenshots for the latest and greatest stuff. So unfortunately, the Steam page screenshots are a little dated, but I'm working on it. Just trying to get all the stuff looking the correct way. What's up, Coden? Welcome in, sir. Yep. Set. So then coming through this, tree, tooltip map. Why is this checking it first? I guess that's like how it's pulling in the index. Yeah. Well, no. See here? Yeah, it first. It does it here too. Sure. Alexia, thank you for the follow. You want to start programming? What do you think is the best software that is free, not able to spend money right now? Godot. If you wanted to use like an engine, you know, you could use something like Godot or Unity. If you just wanted to code for free, you could use VS Code and just do C++ or basically anything. Don't need to spend any money on software for programming. Might depend on the language, but whatever it is, Visual Studio Code will likely do it. Yeah, I'm using like this right here is VS Code, and it's free to use. It's got the extensions you need to do your compiling. That's actually one of the reasons why I was like afraid of C++ initially too, like way back in the day, because I figured, you know, Microsoft would charge you an arm and a leg to get like Visual Studio, the full on, like, you know, .NET and all their stuff. But like nowadays, you can just do whatever. They even have like C++ compilers straight in websites now, where you can practice doing little like mini builds. Even Visual Studio is free for non-commercial use. Yeah, there you go. I just ended up using VS Code because it was, it worked on a Mac. When I initially started this game, I was actually working on a Mac laptop that died, and then I switched completely to my Windows 10 machine. So I was already like working on both machines, but I found that Visual Studio was a little bit, there was like settings and extensions and stuff that weren't the same between Windows 10 and on my old Mac. And so I ended up using VS Code. It was a little bit more synergistic, but they, you know, Visual Studio has some like good stuff from what I hear. Just never really used it. So that's for the district on the tooltip. Surface, icon surface. All right, I'm just gonna have to run this again and maybe just get into the individual breakpoint of it and see what the deal is, because I'm still not sure. I did manually set the icon distract size to 2020, and even though I was updating it already, it should have been updated. So we'll just have to see. Something could be wrong about this iterator that I'm not keying in on. You would prefer VS Code over V Studio anyway? There you go. I'm more for like universal solutions generally, because you never know when you're going to collaborate or need to pass your own code onto like a different machine. And so like if you have something that's very rigidly a part of the operating system that you're on, it can make it a pain in the ass to like move to another machine or even platform. You know, like say I wanted to start working on the Mac for some reason, then it'd be a pain in the butt. Prog does cost you time to learn, though, and a lot of it for which you won't be at work making money, which is what killed the big game I started on when I was new to dev. Yeah, like if you're like getting into it just to make a game and you're just learning the code first and foremost, make it a really simple game, you know? Is that Keezer Geezer? What's going on, man? Hey, what's up, man? Is that a fellow TikToker that I'm seeing? Am I following you? I think I recognize you from TikTok. Good to see you. And yes, you do the TikTok. Yeah, like that's where I like know you from. Like I just followed you too, so I didn't know you were a Twitch streamer. But I haven't been posting on TikTok because they like, I was live streaming to TikTok and I was drawing my explosion animation, and then they like restricted my live because like, I guess I was talking about the explosion that I was drawing or something. It's either that or I like talked about drugs or something that I didn't realize. But I don't, which is like less common for me. So I don't know what they did. So anyways, they gave me like a 90-day restriction, I think. So every time I post a short now on Talk, it like nerfs it. Like it only gives it like 2 views. So I just said, fuck you. And I stopped using TikTok. So they can kiss my butt. It's a little sad, but it is what it is. Their rigid ass system that's all like AI driven can kiss my butt. You wanted to make games for like 7-8 years, just got around to starting it. Well, good for you, Alexia. How was stream, Keezer? Yeah, my pleasure. Am I using Godot? No, I'm making my game from scratch with C++ and SDL2. No game engine. I'm making my own game engine here, and I'm actually trying to test some stuff in the code right now. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let's see. Can you tell me what this is on for the armor? Okay, for the armor.
Come on.
No, we want to check for the icon. Why is the icon for the armor evaluate? And it comes out as 1010. How is it not properly writing this stuff? So we'll test here. So that's for the armor. But yeah, how was your stream, man? Mr. Black Lab, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh no, they don't like explosions. Do they not? The unfortunate time for YouTube Shorts. Yeah, like my buddy, I don't know if you know Hillford over on, he's like got a lot of viral stuff on TikTok, and he's been streaming for the past few months, killing it on Twitch. And he says that he's gotten more wish lists from YouTube than he ever did from TikTok. So I shouldn't worry about it. But I'm still bitter. I never got my breakthrough on Talk. It was great. Thanks. You were playing Final Fantasy IV. Nice. That makes me want to listen to the Final Fantasy IV music. Let's see. Final Fantasy IV. OST? Does it even have it? Well, it certainly has Final Fantasy VII. I'm always down for this. That is impressive. Thank you. Well, it's a lot of work. It is. And I'm trying to get a demo out in the next month or so. I'm trying to get ready and join Next Fest for June 9th. So that would be officially when like a demo would be out for the game. You wish listed this game for a few days ago, wanted to see how it's coming along. Well, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. For those who haven't wish listed, here is the wish list link. Well, the Steam page link if you want to check it out. The screenshots are dated, but they'll be updated soon to look. I mean, what you're looking at currently on the screen is like what the game looks like now. The Twitch page or the Steam page doesn't reflect that yet, but it will. In time. Oh, no way. Long Gone is looking really nice. Yeah, it is. It is. It is a great soundtrack. Yeah. But he also does those drop devlogs on YouTube, so that might be a reason. I found myself found him on YouTube, and I hang around. I actually found him on Talk, so I mean, like everyone finds him in different ways. But demo can't wait for that as well. Hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! Thanks for the 20 bits for the message effect. That's crazy. How very colorful indeed. Amazing. Thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it, and I'm doing everything I can to polish and enhance everything as I go. And maybe in a few months I'll be back on Talk. I don't think I'm going to live stream to Talk anymore, but I think I can safely post shorts without it being offensive. I can't account for my live though, because I'm just a adult dude that just talks about whatever the hell comes up. So I don't think I'm like that racy or anything, but apparently too racy for Talk, but who cares? No worries, you earned it. Thanks, man. I really hope that I earn people's trust with the game and that it works well for people and they, most importantly, enjoy the game. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just waiting for the Pioneer game dev that will get this wish list from OF. Ah. All right, so this, look, I set it to 20 right there. All right, so if that is set right there, now let's actually go into the map itself, the tooltip map. Where are you? I actually don't need to put this on the heap. Because it's again, I'm not something I'm going to be reusing, but anyways, I'm just like bringing over the tooltip infrastructure. So it is what it is. Okay, where's the map? Where are you, you filthy map? I think so. Just take all the time you need. A delayed game is always a better one, as the saying goes. I think there's a balance, you know. I think knowing how to just commit to something and getting it done, and knowing that you have a specific deadline so that like you're not basically getting sucked into scope creep and like infinitely trying to perfect your game. Sometimes you just have to do the best you can for what you have and just let it be. Let it lie. See, that got updated. Tooltip map. All right, so this is for the armor. Icon, dist. Oh, see, look, right there. What the hell? Okay, so evaluate and debug. Now it's coming out as 0. Something is going on here. True. Heezer again, thank you so much for the raid, man. And I'll do my best to take care of your crew. And we work here on this stream. We just chill and focus. So if you got yourself a game dev project you've been meaning to work on, feel free to open it up and work alongside, or just watch the wonders that is game creation on this stream, which is a slow and painstaking process. Think you're going to sleep? Force Grump, thanks for hanging, man. After your hour-long sleep last night, I don't blame you. Get yourself some rest, man. Telling you to fix 506 hairs manually? That's insane. Yeah, take a break, man. Get yourself some rest. Okay, so something is amiss with this, and it has to do with my iterator. So basically, earlier in the function, in this exact same function, this distrect was width and height was 2020, and now it's 0, 0. So somehow, what is going on that happens? And I'm specifically checking the armor. So we gotta figure this out. Fudge. So I did notice that this doesn't have the 20. So even though I'm setting that manually, I'm going to set this here just so that it's all consistent. No, this is ridiculous. Something is wrong with my syntax. Somehow, through my references or something, I'm resetting those. It's yelling at me because I made some changes to the code. So it might be starting to malfunction a little bit. So this is a weird one. But it's an ugly mistake. So I'm not even using this. So let's come back, take it from the top. So we bring in the icon surface. We like load in the image into an icon surface. That's what the image load does. It returns a surface. So then that gives us the icons. Then we instantiate on the map while creating references to the individual items as we go here. So it's like here I'm creating the rank on the tooltip as like an indice, you know, so we got the rank, and then on rank we define all this stuff. We're putting in the tooltip info structure. And we do that for all of these. Dura TTM, speed, damage, earth damage, armor. So I'm trying to look for what could possibly reset these things, and these are just references, and then we create an arcana, or we actually reference one if it's an arcana, and if it's the card, then we just manually instantiate an arcana and fill in the necessary information. Let's see, do we have everything? Earth damage, damage type. I think that's everything we would need. Good morning, little boy. Welcome in. So then rank comes in with translations, and that's coming in through on the function. And so then when we update the text, that is rendering the text into a surface, and then it is setting the blend mode on those particular surfaces, and we load the information, the distract. So then it does all that. Then we come down here, and here I'm adding heights to stats distract. I don't even think I ended up using the distract at all. Let's see how many occurrences. We got 3 occurrences. So, yeah, because I'm already assuming the size based on just the assumption. That it's going to be a certain height at least. All right, so we'll just hide that for now. We don't need this. That's one more thing we can take off the header for now with a comment. And let's go on here. So then we get the XY stuff here. And we start modifying the district. Here I'm using the extended service width. I'd need to place that somewhere else. Let's do another margin. And then put it at the base. So that's true. So if durability. This stuff's all pretty benign. Why would it lose this information? Somehow, the way that I'm accessing the tooltip map is like only rewriting those. It is very strange. You're fine taking the afternoon off. Tired of looking at that damn airship? Well, I feel ya. Sometimes it's good to get a little mental space. See, it's on the source rect. District. Positioning. WH. So check against the iterator. That looks good. Wanted to make a new Discord for just programming. Just did it, but I had to use an account I haven't used in a while. Well, feel free to join up on my Discord. You weren't doting TCAP and SoFoam. I've been playing while I'm working lately. How close to finishing the airship? We got schlackers out there with schlackers. calling out TCAT. So let's just modify that. Maybe the... Something is wrong with this syntax. I'm assuming. Oh, now there's something really wrong with that. Okay, so... Fuck. Maybe this is it causing issue. I'll free that after. I don't know why that would cause issue, but let's run another test. We made some minor adjustments. I checked through everything. It has to have something to do with the rank 1 perhaps getting nulled out and then trying to run the thing. That means I should also be like clearing the map here too. So let's see, tooltip map dot clear. Can clear that. We build. See where it takes us. Putting in nearly 70 hours a week for the past few weeks. Finally back to normal 40-hour weeks. Damn, dude. Sheesh. Well, Orshi, I hope some productive things have come out of that. All right, you son of a bitch. Tell me why you're resetting. You tell me and you tell me good. All right. So first I'm going to tap into the map. Yes. So here the map clearly states the width is 20, the height is 20. Iteration, toolset map again. So this is for the armor. And now it registers as 00. So the question is, as it comes into this iterator-based for loop, why is it zeroing out? I mean, the X and Y stay fine. Source is the STL surface structure to be copied from. The STL rect structure represents the rectangle to be copied, or null to copy the entire surface. The dist surface structure, that is the blit target. The STL rect structure representing the rectangle that is copied into. Perform low-level surface blitting only. This is a semi-private blit function, and it performs low-level surface blitting, assuming the input rectangles have already been clipped. Unless you know what you're doing, you should be using STL blit surface instead. That's what I am using. It just seems like STL blit surface uses this. So perform a fast blitz with the source surface on the destination surface. STL upper blit has been replaced by STL surface, which is merely a macro for this function with a less confusing name. So I genuinely don't know what the hell is happening to that information. Is it somehow the reference? It just works. I have free time again now, though, so that's cool. There you go. Fuck. What's especially strange is the fact that I just don't see how it's only resetting the width and the height to 0 when the rest of the data doesn't change. So the X and the Y position stays the same on the distrect here. And I'm talking about the icon distrect. So it's like, why would that change? What is it? What's going on? It seems like it has to be some sort of bug. I don't know. The only thing I can think to do, and this is like functioning correctly on elsewhere, you know, perhaps the fact that I'm using references within this function to make modifications, and then down here I come in and I'm like trying to pass by reference. That should be okay. Oh wait, no. Wait, no, yeah, okay, yeah. Surface rect. I do have to pass by reference because it's expecting a pointer. Are you changing the size of an STD container? Well, it's a map, right? The map itself at the start of the function is being updated with the respective data. And then I come down here and I run this for loop, which on the tooltip side, it runs beautifully, but I have never put it all into the same scope like this before. And so there's something about it being like using all these references and stuff in the same scope that something's happening, but it's only like a partial reset. That's the most confusing part about it. Like if the entire icon distrect was zeroed out, that would make more sense to me instead of having like the XY remain and then only the width and height. So that's somehow assuming that maybe the blit surface is like modifying it, or I'm unintentionally assigning a value. But it has to happen within these lines, because when I hit this first breakpoint, it's totally fine. So when it breaks points to here and it instantiates the iterator for the first time, everything's fine in the map. Everything's perfect. And then it goes in here, opens up the for loop, iterates into it, and this all checks out and we're talking like the first indice, which is the armor. It comes into armor and says, yes, the armor the surface has a value and it's visible. And then it comes into here, and as soon as it runs this blit and it's running this right here, ampersand tooltip map, and then it dash first to get the key value.
Come on.
The icon distrect is malformed. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Funky Lime, thank you for the follow. So, since I can't really understand why, I could hard code it. The for loop just like is nice. It's nice and concise, but for some reason it's fucking things up. So I guess I could run an experiment here. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to drop these breakpoints. And I'm going to manually construct the armor. I'm just going to do it myself. And so that means there's only going to be one little icon for now. And I'm going to see if somehow bypassing this iterative loop, if that is somehow going to fix it. So I will put a breakpoint there. And if I get to this and somehow this is still wrong, then I know it has nothing to do with the for loop and has everything to do with recalling the information through this. Alternatively, instead of calling it this way, I could just pass it in with armor TTM, which is already a reference. So then I could just end up using these references in this scope, and perhaps that would solve all the problems. Which sucks. But I'm in the business of making it work, and not even if I can't fully understand why it broke. Fuck it. If I could just get it to work. What would suck about this is the fact that I'd have to manually go through and draw everything, which would mean I would end up just going and blitting it through all these functions that I already have constructed, so that way I can weed out whether or not they exist that way. Because I'm doing, in the for loop, I'm checking, I'm like, if it's set to visible equals true, then do it. Connor, yes, I'm using SDL2. All right, so we got another breakpoint here. Let's see if the information changes when it hits that breakpoint. Fully statically linked. I don't know what you mean. So it's still incorrect. So we know it has nothing to do with the iterator, which is actually kind of a relief. Something stupid is happening, meaning the way that I set it up must be malformed in some way. I just need to figure out what it is, like where it is. And this seems to be the point where it goes wrong. But perhaps we can check it here first before it hits the blit. Because that's the thing, is when I look into the blit surface, it's a constant for the source rectangle, but it's not a constant for the distrect. You know what must be happening? I think I'm learning something about surfaces right now, which is you cannot modify the size of the distrect like you can on a texture. So it's forcing it to be its original texture size. So the only way for this to work is if I set the source to 2020 and I actually size up, I manually size up the icons. Because it's a surface. It's only the textures that can scale up. So this must be some just like auto trigger. Once it goes into the blit, there must be some like failsafe that says, oh, you're trying to like size it up. Nah, we can't do that. And so then it says reset it. And that's just destroying everything. So the only way for me to actually size this up is to do it manually. At least that's my theory. I mean, when you build STL2, did you make it statically or dynamically linked? When you come back, Connor, I'll give you a permit. So, Saul, I think you're trying to post something on some documentation. Link trapped. I know, you just fell into a trap. I got him again, boys. I like snagging people in the old link trap. It's hilarious. Pee-pee Neil. Pepe. I like to say Pepe, but pee-pee. It's just how sophisticated I am. Beepy Neil. 60-second crowd. Yeah, that's right. A little crowd control. For when someone falls into the trap, you should get some kind of animation on Stream Overlay. Yeah. Connor, I saw you post a link. I saw you post it, and then it got you. How dare you lie to me, sir? It was Orshi. Well, there, you got a permit now. You can post the link, Connor. You got 60 seconds. Do it. You are now safe. You have superpower. You will not be triggered by the trap. Use it wisely. Such a trap when I'm trying to help and get timed out. You literally don't have a link to post? Was it really Orshi that got timed out? It was Orshi. I'm sorry. Connor, I'm sorry for picking on you. Orshi, you son of a bitch. There you go, dude. It was Orshi. My bad. There you go, Orshi. Well, at least we had fun picking on Connor. Now we get to pick on Orshi all over again. It's like fresh meat. Now you're good. Feels okay, man. Okay. You're just glad that Connor took the heat? But you can always post code, Connor. Come on, try it. It's just the dumb auto mod, guys. So let's test my theory. It's going to require a little bit of upkeep here. You just think you might want STL Blitz Surface scaled. Oh, shit. I am willing to try that because I would like to avoid setting the individual source expositions. So let's give that a shot. Thank you, Orshi. Okay, let's try that scaled. Are you sure that's not an SDL3 thing? Blitz scaled. Blitz scaled. So they changed it for SDL3, made it a much nicer title, but Blitz scaled for what it was, or on STL2 here. Good, excellent call, or she excellent. It was worth the auto modding and the embarrassment of blaming Connor, because this could be what we need. Let me see. Perform a scaled surface copy to a destination surface. Perfect. Blitz scaled, upper blitz scaled, split scaled. All right, so what do you need, buddy? Hopefully just the same stuff. All right, sir, yes, yes. This has got to be it. Boy. But now, test. Yeah, I haven't really used surfaces all that much. And I haven't really blitted that much, specifically. Usually I go from, I create the surfaces to import images, and then I immediately convert them into textures and I start doing things with them. So this is the first time I've really been messing with surfaces directly, except for when I created the custom leading for the text. But beyond that, so I mean, it's been opening these cans of worms, but I think blitting on the surfaces is actually very good. Especially when it comes to just general texture manipulation. If you're trying to just do something once, this is like an image that I just set once. It never changes once it's set up. Width and height are ignored and are copied from source rect. If you want a specific width and height, you should use blitz surface scaled. Yeah, or you nailed it. So yeah, I just made that. I just figured that out without seeing the documentation. But I'm glad that we found the alternative here. It should work now. It should look good. Well, it's at least going to look like the icons are going to be the right size. So there we go. See the icons are the right size now? You guys can't see it, can you? Here, let's make it big. Look at the icons. They're all big and juicy. See the big juicies? Yeah. They're in the wrong position. They're not formatted really nicely yet, but they're big and juicy. And it's all thanks to Orshi. First things we got to start with is that the margins are ridiculous. And then we're probably going to have to break these into a lot more rows. We're going to need to do a lot of things, but we got at least the basic structure going. Look at how gross and horrible it looks right now, but it'll look good. I hope. I think you could fit most likely 3 across. Yeah, we're good. We're good, Orshi. Like it does exist. It's just called Blit scaled, not Blit. The other one. They tend to do that. Game looks really cool. Thank you. Adrian learns what's going on. Yeah, I appreciate that. Daigo. Lunchtime, see you in a bit. Sounds good, low boy. People, bye. Yeah, there was a lot of renaming, and yeah, I think the renaming in SDL3 is actually a lot improved. I really like the renaming they've done for SDL3, but as we've said, we've dedicated ourselves to SDL2 for this project. But I think for the horror game, like I'm definitely going into SDL3. But for now, we're just gonna make this our SDL2 adventure. Because it's pretty much, you can pretty much do everything you can in SDL3 and SDL2. It's just like, I think more optimized, and there's a few improvements. There are some things that are like take it a little bit further, but generally you can just achieve the same things. It's just not as pretty. At least for like what I'm trying to do. All right, so first things I want to do is make the left margin smaller so that it is better. And then also it'd be nicer if there was a more of a top margin. Top and bottom. I'm not sure that we need the rank as well, because like I'm pretty sure we can assume that the card initially is always going to be a rank 1 unless it's used to upgrade an existing arcana. So I'm going to get rid of the rank and I'm going to get rid of the margin. Those will be my first 2 edits. We're nerfing the rank. And don't forget, we want to add a little bit more of a top margin. So that means, let's say I add like 10. Let's overshoot it. And where is that initial? I already have like a initial margin, I think. Is it the 2? Or is it this 2? Just a few adjustments at a time. Let's see how that does. What was your motivation to go with pure C++? It looks like instead of an engine. Yeah, I did. It's no engine. It's just my own engine. I'm using SDL2. And C++ is a framework. You know, like it does have classes and a lot of useful tools in it. The main reason is because I was a Flash developer for 10 years. I got really used to building games from scratch. You know, I mean, that is like a high level language, but the way you would build games would just be like, you know, basically how I'm building it now. And so with that 10 years of experience of doing it that way, coming into this, I knew that as a coder that I'd want to basically build things the same way, because I've always been against the implementer mindset, you know, like putting together things that other people have already built, trying to stitch together pre-built stuff. I prefer to just build my own thing. It's more fulfilling and challenging and interesting to me. Better top margin, got rid of the rank, and it looks like this didn't fully, like the X offset didn't fully go to 0. Oh no, that's because it's adding the margin. So we're gonna extend the surface a little bit farther. I already extended it though, that's kind of crazy. I did it by 7. So let's see, that's probably a lot that we need to do. Okay, so let's fix the margin stuff. I think the Earth Magic Resist is on the wrong. Let's see. All right, another test. I was kind of playing with the idea of editing these a little bit. Yeah, we need to actually force the width of the extension to be the full height or the full width all the time. And the margin... We forgot to take the margin off the icon as well. So let's do a few more things. We're getting there. I hope you choose to use SDL GPU when you make the switch. Really interesting. Dev, what's going on? Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? Developing Stardew? What's how was your stream, man? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm currently trying to like get the icons to look right on the cards, and so I'm just making little adjustments to code, and then I'm just kind of messing with icons a little bit, seeing if I want to add a little depth to them. Doing great. Stream went well. What are you up to? Yeah, so on each one of the cards, I want to add the stats with a little icon, and currently they're showing up, but they're very poorly placed because I took the code over from the tooltip basically, and I put it into the body of the card. So got a little bit of moving and grooving we got to do here, some shifting around, and it was the icon that had that added margin that needed to go away. And I actually think this could be a pretty easy universal change here. We just do copy, you know what, no, this should only occur on the outer ones. So right there, dist x should just be 0. And then where's the next line break? So dext equals 0, no margin. And I was also kind of loosely working on the game over screen as well, something we might end up doing. So it's like the tree falling over. It's really rough right now, just kind of like sketched out, and is the basic concept, and it's not even the right timing. I want to add a little bit more to the initial fall, so it's like a lot slower and gradual, so it doesn't just happen like super instantly. I mean, it already kind of slowed down a little bit, but need to do a little bit more. Probably work on this animation a little bit later. It's pretty rough, but I think it's a good start. Doing great. Stream went well. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear it, man. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, do your thing. Go take care of yourself. And what's up, Cooler? How you doing, guys? So I am Riyin Arts. I'm making a game called Woods of War. And that's what you're seeing right now. And if you guys are so inclined, you can check out the Steam page and give it a wish list if you are interested in tower defense card games. That are all in pixel art. And I'm building it with no engine. I'm just making the engine myself in C++ and SDL2. I'm doing all of the pixel art myself.
Come on.
All the stuff. And I'm hoping to be releasing a demo in the next month. And I want to join Next Fest for June 9th. And yeah. Gotta have lunch break. Have a good one. Dev, great to have you, man. SB, what's going on? Thank you so much for the follow. Legend. All right, so let's see. What else did I need to do? We're continuing on. So the armor is another 0 where we get rid of the margin. And then, let's see. Is there anywhere? There's, I think, one more. Or was that it? Yeah, the armor actually is the last one. So that should be fine. And then we have to go back to where it's tightening up. Let's see. It's giving the 2 alternative widths to the extended surface, meaning it's going to be based either on like the widest line or not. And we need to make them all the widest line. Make it the widest width, which can be... Can that get adjusted? Does it get adjusted? Something is amiss. So I like when I put text onto the card, I have it so that it'll, if it's short enough, it'll center it both vertically and horizontally, but I think I need to just shut that down, at least on the vertical. So right here, 166. Here I'm testing for 166. That must be the max. So here I'm setting it. I still want to do that. I just don't want the surface itself to become that width. Doesn't seem like that's being modified. Why does it look different? Coder Gimmick, thank you for the follow. Base width. Querying the texture. So here I'm checking to see if the scroll text is like, if it's smaller. But that's after I add stats, so that gets factored in. So then that shouldn't matter. Ah, but then the XY. Well, let's just build it and see if we made progress, at least on the icon margins. This one I haven't fully figured out yet, what the deal is. I can show you guys the game a little bit. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm still messing with like the cards positioning of like the actual icons. So we'll just pretend like those are all organized and looking nice. This is like mainly why I was trying to look into the width being modified. Like this one, it's like the 0 on the extended surface is getting pushed on the X there. So that X position shouldn't change. This should still just be centered, but like, so we got to figure that out. But so it's a tower defense, and the tower you must protect is the tree. And you just pick up cards and drop them on nodes where you'd like to build the respective arcanas. And there's tree and ground specific ones. And they act as both your weapons and your armor. And so basically, as they kill the arcanas, if they lose life and they die, like they explode, and they hit the tree directly, it's game over. So basically, they can't hit like the naked tree. And then you just like throw up all of these different cards as you're dealt cards every 17 seconds, I believe it is. And you just use the cards you want. Like here I got another Piranhas. I can just use that to upgrade this other Piranhas to rank 2. Or I can use it to build another Piranhas elsewhere. I'm going to use this to build a barricade on the other side. And basically you just, oh shit. I got a Goblin Bomber on the left side, and they just instantly take stuff out. They also are especially insidious because when the Goblin Bomber gets to the tree itself, and there's 3 arcanas, they can potentially take all 3 arcanas out in one fell swoop. So you really don't want them to get to the tree. It's really bad. And then you can also manually upgrade them with this quick menu. It's a little more expensive this way, but it's like if you feel like that's the play you want to make, you can do that. And then also, if you have stuff that is already rank 3, which is currently the highest rank, you can then take another repeat, and if your arcane is fully healed, then you play it and you'll get yourself a power boost, like a brief. It's like a 30-second buff, or is it 10? It's like 15-second buff, and it increases defense, attack power, and speed. And then when you kill enough dudes, you get a death flower, which is this skull that bloomed and grew in his beard, and you can redeem that for an AoE card. And so these are more expensive to play, but they're generally like big damage. And here we can like see they don't look like they're showing enough of the stats that they need to be showing yet. But let's do life drain. So life drain, it absorbs enemy HP and then it heals Arcanas. Did that work properly? Let's run it again. Let's grab one. I'm just feeding myself cards here so I can test this. Yeah, so you can see it healing, but it looks like it didn't heal very much. I don't know if the heal's going through. I need to double check that. Well, here's like another one, Meteor Storm. It must be a little bit messed up because yesterday I added in the ability to, there's the different magic resistance and magic damage. So now if there is, like right now, like you can look at the spike shot, it has physical damage and it has earth magic damage as well. And it's their own respective damages. So then as that is applied to enemies, it has to go up against, like the earth magic is put against their earth resistance as opposed to their normal armor. So earth magic bypasses physical armor, for instance, you know. I just felt like it was definitely necessary to make the game more versatile, and it was a lot of code. But it looks like the healing part, it did actually heal. Oh, so maybe I just need to increase the heal. It just didn't heal very much. Yeah, I need to make the heal more effective. As Taco, what's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. All right, so let's keep sorting out these tooltip, these stat icons on the card. So this is where this is where it's detecting whether or not the text itself is bigger. Oh, so it must be always, so it's not centering it there. So if we just get rid of this, yeah, see, this is based on widest line. So if we just get rid of the X adjustment and just always leave it to be full on, and I don't know if I need that. So I'll leave the other adjustments, the Y adjustments, but not the X adjustments. So let's build that. I'm just playing with the icons to see if I want to like add a little more depth to them. Just goofing off here. Because I went for more of like a very static design initially. I'm going to save these as a sprite in the revenge folder. I guess we need some of that X adjustment, but we don't need it for... So we need to adjust the centering differently, but that's what we want. So we're getting closer to what we want here. It's a process. I think 166 was the widest that we would make it. Let's see how that looks. All right, see how we're doing. Okay, the 166 it does not like. Oh, I did say half. So let's see, half of 166 would be 83. Am I correct? Time to pull out the calculator. 166 divided by 2 equals 83. I'm already using an 83. Plus 83 minus 83. So begs the question. 83 minus that. I just do a little of this, a little of this. What does that look like? Sometimes they just loosely experiment. Looks like we could use more at the end. And of course get these to center. But if they do that where they're being written, so I'm centering it based on widest line. Also looks like the earth magic is a little messed up here. So we'll come back to that, but let's see. Let's fix the earth magic damage. Earth damage. All right, so where they center on the widest line. Has to be based on when it's doing the blitting. So here, this has got to be it. So this is widest line split. So if I change this to be $83, then that should be center. All right, while that builds, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Just be like a minute. Might grab a snack too. We'll keep editing. BRB. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I grabbed some tea and some snacks. All right, so the like on this 2-line one, it did it, but it didn't set the initial one very well. And then it doesn't help that the resist is bleeding off. The earth damage, earth magic is looking better, but still looks a little bit... Oh, that actually does look correct. Any people fat enjoyers around? Well, I'm about to get fat and sassy with my snack. I didn't know Lowboy is into big bottom girls. And why not? Why am I not seeing casting time for the steel trap? Very weird. I think I want to see the HP, damage, and sheet and armor, and then underneath could be speed and casting time, and then underneath we could do magic damage, underneath that magic resist. He won't deny it. It's not even worth an answer. So it's only if and I want you to do every line like that. All right, add stats. The push propaganda must end. I'm safe here. I don't know what sort of war is brewing right now between you two. Don't make me turn this stream around. Let's see. So we wanted to put, I was thinking, life damage armor. And then casting time and speed. So that add line break crap doesn't matter. So it all comes down to this. So durability first. Speed will be on the next line. Casting time will be on the next line. So let's bring up damage. So durability, damage. Durability, damage, and armor. Damage, armor. And then after that, it'll be speed, casting time. And then after that, it'll do the earth, all the magic damages, line break, magic resist. So now that means that the magic is plus margin. All right, so for the detail X, let's see, you need to be the frost. And this minus this. And shadow. And this on this. And we do our line break, and then come down to the Earth Magic Resist. So if it's the first one for you, we do that. Shame stuff. Let me double check that. Did I get rid of the margin on each one of these? Yeah. All right, for the resist, you. All right, so I made it so that if it's 2 lines or less, then it will center the text, all lines. But if it's more than that, then it will just leave it as the paragraph that it is aligned to. So it won't center the text in that scenario. And then I moved the icons around a little bit to hopefully be a little bit more interesting. And I may have to extend the height. Might cut off the bottom one. Is your project going to be in a certain direction, or are you simply implementing testing some things? Still working on that bloody airship. Well, the only way you're going to get from 95% to 100% is if you push. All right, so I'm saying HP, attack, and armor. Second line is speed and casting time. So I need to put in that logic for the speed and casting time. Yeah, the height needs to go a little further. There's a few things that are off. Still don't know why the casting time's not showing up for the steel trap. It's supposed to be 2. Also the speed. I guess it's instant on the speed. But I should put up the delay at least. Let's see. Let's fix the earth magic, resist, offset. Maybe I don't need the detail X check on this thing. Or to not push a margin on this, but why does it seem to be good for all the rest, but not this? It's weird. I guess none of them need that. Another build, here I come. I think I need to put in logic to have different scenarios. Like on the barricade without having the extra, you know, having DPS, then I should move the casting time up to the first line. Potentially center the lines too. Does look like casting time after speed is really pushed over too far to be tighter. Everything else is decent. Console, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. My pleasure. All right, so let's fix the casting time and So why this one's still just, I don't understand why this casting time isn't showing up on this one at all. Did I not put any resist on Spike Shot? I suppose it didn't. Spike Shot should have at least some earth resist. Okay, let's see. Very interested in game developing. You're an experienced developer, but never developed a game. Was thinking about starting slowly with a TD kind of game, maybe using Unity or Unity on the background. Sure. Probably recommend Godot, but if you are an experienced coder, you could use STL Raylib. Heard about Raylib, seems awesome. I mean, I think you'll hear a lot of indie devs suggest that you just crack open any engine, all of them actually, you know? Like try Unity, try Godot, maybe just try going for it directly, whatever. And just seeing what feels natural, what feels good. I personally prefer building things from scratch. So I'm just using C++ and SDL2. I'm not using a game engine. That's just the way I like to do it. Because to me, what's more interesting is learning the language itself and not somebody else's engine. Because if I learn how to just code it directly, then there is no restriction. It's all based on whatever I want to come up with. Nothing is impossible as long as you can imagine it. Absolutely, there is a trade-off though. You'll start and never finish. Yeah, possibly. But, you know, I've had a good decade of experience making Flash games this way. And I've had many clients over those years and have faced a lot of deadlines and dealt with a lot of time crunches and big builds and all that. So I know what building from scratch is actually like on a professional setting, like under the pressure. Not to mention, I do intend to use the same. I'm using this framework, like this code base, even though it's going to be a little bit gutted, but there's a lot of essential components that I'm going to use towards my next game as well. So it's all, like a lot of the stuff I'm building, I'm trying to build in such a way that could be open like infrastructure towards a new game as well. So a lot of the code that I'm writing will be like reusable. What would Raylib help you out versus doing everything your own? I mean, obviously, like the more pre-built stuff, like if I was to use Godot or Unity or whatever, it would probably expedite the process by a lot. In some aspects, you know, I'd say like maybe in some of the coding aspects, but when it comes to doing the art and determining like the visual direction and the gameplay direction and all that was always going to take the same amount of time no matter what solution you choose. You know, like deciding what makes your game fun, what just how it's going to look, you know, how it's just going to work in all those respects. And like, so basically, if it's not saving you time on the art, like, I don't mind a little extra code time. Because I don't get too crazy with it, you know, because I'm not building a 3D engine here. This is a 2D game, so it's just not a big deal. But yeah, Push Toy, Raylib allows you to draw things on the screen without having to deal with OpenGL. Oh, that's interesting, actually, because I was looking into OpenGL a little bit, and man, is it convoluted. Heavily convoluted, but I've not really looked into Raylib. And if that's kind of like a distilled version for OpenGL that you could do shaders through Raylib, then I might check that out towards the next game. This one, not so much. Basically, all the visual effects that I'm getting in this game, I do have a particle engine, but beyond that, like, I'm doing everything. I'm just illustrating everything, animating everything in Sprite. From the ground up. Because it's honestly a shorter path at this point, at this juncture. But in the future, it might change. OpenGL is horrible. It feels horrible. Like I tried making a demo to basically use subpixel rendering on pixel art. So basically being able to push the pixel art into a subpixel space with still keeping the pixel art sharp. And that's what I was trying to use a shader for. And just trying to get a sample of it working. I only got it partially working, and it took like literally all day. But it was my first ever time like learning OpenGL and working with it. But it was like, holy shit. There's going to be months of like work to just to understand what the hell's going on. I got a lot to learn when it comes to OpenGL. But when it comes to C++ and SDL2, I'm good. Good enough to make it happen. Make this happen. C speed. Aha. Found you. I found you, son of a bitch. I got you. Now, why are you failing on the steel trap? You are considered a double. Doubles comes in. Perhaps you are failing on the limit. We need to test this against the... Is there any other adjustment that I was going to make? I don't know. I forgot. Let's just build. What's up, Danilo? So you do need to understand how CG works a bit. I think I missed your first comment. Likely an engine won't be this specific to your solution either, unless your game really fits a specific thing. You already have, e.g. third person or first person controller. It's not horrible, but computer graphics is not trivial, and it's an entirely different domain than game dev stuff, so you do need to understand it. You should build your own graphic engine, and since Windows sucks, maybe pack your own OS with the game. Yeah, just listen to Danilo. Just build your own like operating system, and then build your own game engine on top of that. Basage. There's so many gotchas for OpenGL trying to manage the state. Woken is more verbose. It's better in some ways, but also requires you to be even more aware of what you're doing. OpenGL is probably better to learn CG. All right, so let's see. What is this for? Casting time, text is 1. Where's the title for this bad boy? Oh, this is Piranhas. Oh yeah, fuck. So one thing I learned about converting strings to either, you know, whatever respective number type, int, double, floats, when you convert a string directly to one of those number data types, it gives you like the Unicode number. And so you actually have to, oh no, it's when you're converting a string back to a number, I think, that you have to like subtract it by string 0 to get the actual value of the number. So then converting to like an int to a string shouldn't matter, because that's what I'm doing here. Something's wrong with my limit num after decimal function. That spacing got fixed. Still needs to be longer on that. Still cutting off the base of that. So we'll extend the height for that. What else needs to get done? So the fact that I'm not seeing the casting time for 2, so if I change that from 2 to something else, will it start showing up? Vulkan is even worse. I don't know how you could recommend OpenGL in 2025. Needs to die. Or she only talks when it's fighting time. No, it didn't show up now either, so it's not the actual value itself. It's something to do with the fact that it's missing the speed. So, missing the speed. Here, detail X would be... I don't see why that would matter. See if I can get a little bit more information as to why that's being weird. Let's see what else. Do I really want to revisit that function? What is your delay 0 and your velocity 0? So what is it, the cooldown? Okay, try that. And the speed is changed. And it was also a little too short on... It needs to be even bigger. Push it from, what, 90 to... Just give it 20 more. Just overshoot it for now. Need to be putting in some like prediction for it, or maybe even put in like a field into the... Well, no, I need it to be dynamic, don't I? For the translations. Working on Unreal for 3 years, and I refuse to write a single line of code in CPP. Also, make a GTA in space. I'm a red flag game dev. Give SDL GPU a shot. It gets rid of all of the minutia, but you still get the nice static pipelines and whatnot. Yeah, when I switch to SDL3, I guess I'll check that out for the next game, for the horror game. For this game, no. But I think we're good for this game. It doesn't need more technology. I think it's okay. Did I catch it? Did that actually catch? It's casting time. Nah, just leave it. Well, it gave a speed. Maybe I should just center all this stuff. But if I do it through a for loop, then I can just always have it be structured in certain ways. Like this one, the barricade, I'd rather see the timer on the first line. And this one, honestly, the cooldown should be showing up for this one. I don't know why it's not. Or the casting time, rather. The little hourglass. So that part, it's still a mystery to me why this is not showing. I'm almost wondering if I shouldn't put the icons first and then the text second. But this is the first time I've like bringing the stats onto the actual card and seeing how it looks design-wise. And it's a little bit, since it's like with varied descriptions, looks inconsistent. But if I put the stats at the top, they would always at least start with the stats, and that part would look relatively consistent. And you'd get a little bit more of the meat and potatoes of what the card does, and the description will be there for those who want to seek it out. Maybe. So I feel like I want to like center the icons, and then I don't know, maybe put it at the top. It's certainly starting the conversation though. I think for now, I'm going to move on. I'm going to leave it like this for now and then just worry about it later, because I think I'm going to restructure it a little bit, but at least it's functional and it's kind of getting the conversation started. I feel like I would just be wildly experimenting if I were to continue on right now. So for now, I'm just going to like let it be. The only thing I want to solve is why the cooldown isn't showing up for the steel trap. Or not the cooldown, the casting time. That's the only thing I really want to get to the bottom of right now. So let's do... Let's see... Once I do that, then I think I'll get back into some pixel art. And what is shown? What card is this for? This is for spike shots. So the casting time for spike shots for... Play some cards here. Another spike shot. Piranhas. Steel tooth saw. That one does have, yeah, it has the cast time. All right, next. Okay, we got it. Steel trap. Okay, so it is registering as 0. Oh, because I got it backwards. Rank 0 is on the bottom for this one. That's not confusing. I need to sort. Can I sort on? This is why I'm going insane. Because usually the rank 0, for all of them, they're reverse ordered. But for whatever reason, this one is all the way down here. What the fridge? That's supposed to be 16. Isn't it? All right, so close this. Let's open another one here. Imagine using clip or CPP. Everybody jump this guy. Be nice. All right, so there it is. We got our. The setting was there. It was working fine all along. Okay. So, what's up next? Kind of like this new heart that I did. What's up? What's going on, man? That means I gotta go through and give love to the rest of the icons. Son of a bitch! Alright, we'll do a brief pass of trying to bring a little bit more depth to some of these icons. Just a little something. Like there's much that I don't want to do to this one. What the hell? I just had a big lag on Spotify. It just held a note for extra long. Danilo, thank you for the sub.
Danilo underscore DLR just subscribed.
Danilo, you rock. Let's see, we got 10. Yeah, it's quite a bit. This is only going to affect the tooltip, but Fuck it. I wanted to look cool. Little song request, no problem. Ooh, Schedule 1, interesting. This game's been all the rage lately. Fascinating. Mini gem.
Come on.
Slight improvement to the icons here. Very cool song. I'm gonna stick it on my Spacious Moment playlist. But I'm curious about the Schedule 1 playlist. Didn't expect Schedule 1 to have such a good OST. Yeah, we're gonna check it out. Juxtapose, Justaxpose, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's check it out. Little extra flavor. Ooh, look at the little gem on the tooltip now. It looks cool. I like it. Oh shit, it's also on the upgrade button. It's pretty big on the upgrade button. Ah, it works. I like it. That big old chunky thing. Damn. That is a fat emerald. It's big and fat. I feel like I need to probably move it over or something. Oh, look at that chunky. Look at that chunky chunk. Baby, baby. Ooh. Oh. Need to go through and probably do some color edits right now so that I can finally do the updated screenshots for the Steam page. We got to get the tree face animation updated, and then we got to do the wood arcanas like the barricade and spike shot. Currently they are still like that kind of reddish wood color, and we need to bring it into the tan zone We'll just away from the red, a little bit more yellow. Ah, woo. Looks cool. Maybe the rank text needs something to stand more too. Yeah, it does look a little bit, a little thin on the red. Honestly, it probably just needs we just need to jack up the color. Just really drive that color. Why don't we just give it this color? But you're right, it is hard to read. Because, well, the thing is like, I had changed I boosted the colors on the background by a lot. And I boosted the brightness. And I haven't done anything to the text colors since I'd done that. And so now they're starting to look dull. So we need to push them further now. We need to, once you push one set of colors, you need to start pushing all of them. It's a process, a big ass process. Lots of steps. Just jack up the color, man. I'm doing it. Man, I'm doing it. Will you not let me cook? Son of a bitch. All right, so drop that breakpoint, and it's on the tooltip. Actually, it's on this header. Rank color. I guess it is on the implementation. Give it to me. Here, before I actually commit to this new random color that I decided to go with, which matches the heart icon. So in that way, it's bringing a little color harmony, but I want to see this color for what it is. 60, 60. No wonder you are a butt cheek. Excuse me. All right, so I also want to see the 99, 240 on a 0. Green's already pretty damn bright. I'm gonna stick that one. Stick with it, I mean. All right, let's try this new color, and then man, I like that new little emerald. I actually just put a short out on YouTube. It was like this brief little like emerald tutorial, how to make an emerald, like I do here. And if you came into the YouTube because of that short, here's the miniature version of it. This one's super tiny. The other one's kind of like a bigger size. That's how you do it. Super teeny weeny. The Tana gem. You're getting the full everything size. Ooh, that's hot. Got some ginger tea here. My favorite tea ever. Push further than ever before. That's really what I've been doing. Pushing the colors further and further. And for me, like as hard as I push the colors and then I go like 110% beyond what I normally do, it's still like not nearly as bright as some of the games out there. Like I just don't like super duper bright stuff, but I'm also trying to be comparable against other games that are like super bright, because I feel like that's a game that is like mega bright next to my game that's not like, it's meant to be a lush enchanted forest, but I don't also at the same time don't want it to be like hunky-dory super bright. So it's something in the middle with hopefully not going too far, not too bright. And I'm really just towing that line. But I've seen some like good, like badass games that kind of fit that middle. Yeah, see the rank 2, like the brighter red, I think pops more. And that text is still kind of small, but like I think it works with that brighter color. Are you limited to that pixel size, or can you go smaller in case you wanted to write the text with more shades? But your text is already 1 pixel wide. Yeah, I'd say the best thing that I could possibly do if I wanted to like make it bolder would be adding a shadow, maybe. But I don't know. I did add a little bit of transparency to the back of the tooltip though, so that you could still see what was going on behind, because I didn't want it to be completely obscuring what's going on. What are you gonna do for this OST for the game? Yourself or commission? Oh, I'm doing it myself, and I only have 1 song so far. But yeah, so let me see. Let's push the little upgrade emeralds over a little bit. So we got to go into the quick menu, make that adjustment, and then we're going to move on to other stuff. I think we're done with the icon stuff. Is there anything else I wanted to do to these icons? No, they're sexy. They're already sexy. So we're probably going to work on the game over screen. Just try to like do more to it. Try to come up with something. See if this is the way. I know I like the text. I know I like that text a lot. And just play with maybe a few more ideas beyond this idea first before trying to refine this one deeper. Because that might be the way. Because like sometimes in order to feel confident in a choice that you've made design-wise is to give yourself a set of options so that you kind of know what it could be if it was different in some sense. So let me see, let's close this. But let's real quick, before we do that, go into the quick menu and adjust the placement of the emerald on the upgrade button. Because it's honestly, now that it's a big chonky emerald, which looks super cool, it's just a little bit too far to the left. Quick menu. All right, so give me that. Damn, what do I call it? I haven't been in the quick menu in a long time. It's got to be in the upgrade button. It's upgrade stuff called upgrade something. Easy frames available to the center vector. Run the range loop. Can you hear it? The game over. It's nasty. Good job. I 100% get that. My palette of choice is subtly and dry pastel. Yeah, I mean, I think any color scheme can work, and but it's, you know, if done right. For me, I'm trying to find like this weird middle place where I want the forest that you're trying to save to be this like magically enchanted place. So it has to be lush and idyllic, but at the same time, we're going to war. So there's going to be some like savagery and some, you know, just like war elements. So the enemies tend to be more like drab and warlike, but the forest itself, at least this is the spring level, so this is the most like idyllic it's gonna look. All the rest of the levels I'm gonna make feel a little more dystopian, actually. Like summer level is a lava level, so that's just straight up lava wasteland. The snowy level is gonna be like all kinds of dystopian in a sense. I'm not really going to talk about the ideas I have for that yet until we start doing them. But I'm like, I came up with some ideas today for it that I'm like excited about. And then I haven't really thought about the fall backgrounds fully. All I know is that I want it to be the Halloween and horror film, like horror style level, because it's going to be the shadow magic level. And it needs to be a little bit Tim Burton-ish. And obviously we're going to have autumn leaves and all that goodness. So, but I haven't really fully thought about too much what I want to do for it yet. Other than I want it to be kind of Tim Burton-y. I would like to have some like maybe pumpkins around, like literally just be right on the nose. Like it's like Halloween-ish with like a little bit of horror film vibe somehow, like horror vibe, horror tropes. Okay, where was I? So we are looking at this code, and we are trying to push that little crystal over just nudge it just a little bit. I bet you that this is going to be all in the header. That's the rank. Oh, I guess not. Let's see. Upgrade button must be set. Honestly, I don't think I ever like. I wouldn't be surprised if it was never adjusted. It seems like what it would be though. That has to be the icon. No, that's just the. What is that for? That's in the menu. Menu with the detect. Let's check the constructor. Rank color and position for it is 50. All right, so if it's on the 50, so then we got to look for the 50 source. It was a nice thought. All right, so what is that, not correct? Or is it on the button directly? I will track this down somehow, some way. So here's the upgrade.
Come on.
Maybe it was put directly on the button, but then how am I already seeing it? The update. This is blowing my mind. Quick menu cards. Quick menu cards. Yeah, it's not on there. Okay. So then we got to pull in the tooltip image somewhere. Tooltip icons. You know what? It's got to be on the quick menu. There's a quick menu button, isn't there? Yes. It's on the button itself. That's why we can't find it. It's here. Boom. Sponge Bloop, thank you for the follow. Nice name. All right, so here is the icons. Now, let us unearth the glory. All right, so price enabled right here. Okay, so for the start X, I say -2, adjust for icon transparency, stroke effect. Why don't we just don't do that adjustment? Might even need to push it further, but we can at least test for that. And then we will start playing with different game over animations. Trying to find what truly says you have died as a tree. You are one dead tree. Just let that build. You can start playing with this now. So this is the one we have now. I like the whole screen wipe. Honestly, I like this one a lot already, but all right, let's test this real quick. Be done with this. All right. Honestly, I should be trying to center it dynamically. All right, so that number changes, but we do have the price width right here. Zap. I completely lagged out. You guys hear that? Holy shit. What the fuck? Madness. Utter madness. Here, I'm gonna shut my Discord. Try to open up some resources here. All right. Okay, so I'm imagining the distrect.x plus 11 is the midpoint. And so I'm already centering it, but I'm adding a little strange offset here. So that's probably pushing a little further than it needs to go. And is 11 truly the center point here? Let's open the cards again. So this, I'm imagining, is 22. Yes. So that's true. 22. All right, it's a little bit confusing because of the fact that the gem itself is 9 across, but it's coming across as if it's 10. And so that was a +1 before. So we actually need to say a -1. So let's build that. All right, so in terms of tossing in some FPO here. Like, I feel like the classic call that the fall over. All right, let's test this. Not quite. Anything it's worse. It's farther than... Why is that off? Now's when I just start to wildly experiment and just let it. Logic did not work, so screw it. All right, so Let me sure. I need the tree. We also need to fix the face. So let's pull the face in. And is that the right face? And we need to pull in the big tree as well. We're going to experiment with this. Well, it's better. Good enough that I can move on. Okay. It's gonna be a little mask area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So right now I'm just coming up with alternative concepts. And they're going to be rough. Like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing them. I'm just going to try to get a bare bones version of these things. See if they're worth iterating on. I call this one Crumble. He just crumbles. Did I draw the tree myself? I did, yes. Thanks. It took a lot of trial and error. I'm gonna come up with like a couple of goofy ideas. So that's, I mean, we're probably gonna end up doing like the fallover animation most of all. Like do it for real, but I just want to play with a few concepts first. Just in cases. I got one more. I actually got a few more. Let's do...
on.
Where are Gant's emotions about being turned into a tree? Yeah, I think this one was actually going to have a funny one. Captain Ashtar, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How does he shave his beard? He doesn't. Squirrels come and eat his face. So again, these are mock-ups. They're not like serious for the art. Just trying to play with ideas. You're at play here. I mean, like, does he turn into the tree against his will? I think the emotions could give direction in the death animation. They're good. I'm just kind of messing. You're awake again, Grump? Like the Arbor Dam, they shoot you with some bioweapon. I'm just coming up with some alternative ideas for game over screen, and these are all just going to be like rough cuts of ideas. So don't know how they're going to turn out, and I'm not really rendering them highly. I'm just kind of getting a very rough pass to kind of get the feel of it, and then I'm going to pick the one that I like the most. Explosion. It's like a magic, earth magic explosion. And it will also have, use the same shockwave. Right here. We'll give it another color.
Come on.
Ludwig, thank you for the follow.
Come on.
Z, thank you for the follow. Damn, I just saw RuneScape Dragon Wilds. It looks good. Damn. Explosions are one of those things that take the most time but end up paying off big. Yeah, this is just going to be like a really quick one. I'm not going to get too nasty with it. It's just, yeah, it's like the barricade explodes kind of a thing. This is gory. Ay, ay, ay. Fill tool. Get out of control. There. I call this one barrier crash. Then we'd have to do something like this too. It's one of my not as serious ideas. Game over. It's the explosion idea. And then I had the crumble idea. Still looks like the fall over idea makes the most sense. The other one was to have it like fall backwards into the forest. So I guess I could do that one. Tree could grow and shrink and turn into Gant, dying on the stump. That wouldn't be canon. But let's see. The other idea was to have him no, I can't do it that way. Be like Tree falling over backwards. You know, maybe some like in between frames, but have one idea where they are busy using the tree to build a house, and while they build it, you can have the game over UI display as well. Did you have plans to make any of the elf characters into pixel sprites? I wasn't sure. It might be fun to do Riyin, but I don't think I would do Gant just for like some cinematics. I suppose I could, I don't know. That's a nice to have. So the question is, do I want the game over to be like backwards like that? Or do I want it to just be like the falling forward thing? Honestly, I'm like on the fence. I feel like it could go either way. But part of me does like the explosion idea. Maybe not make it so much of an explosion as it is like a... just the magic of the barrier coming down. Keep getting all these lag spikes, especially when the ads are playing. It's really annoying. The hell's going on out there?
Come on.
Jessica, thank you for the follow. There you go. A little bit of Gant face. Posture check. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you. You let someone watch Thinner once, then they go all body horror on you. I suppose you're right. When I go crazy, I go crazy. Can't we practice with a little bit of horror before I actually do the horror game? This won't actually be the true game over ending. This is the what if I was off my rocker. Jessica, thank you for the good vibes. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just kind of messing around with different game over ideas. And it's all really like rough. So this is not like finished looking at all. I wonder, do you do tips for pixel art? Well, I did just post a short on YouTube that is about how to draw a gem. I do have like the occasional pixel art tip on my YouTube channel when I have time, because I'm mainly focused on trying to produce the game, but I like to put out some free tips and stuff every now and then just to try to like market the stream and the game, you know, and for people that just want to vibe and have some stuff. They're like, I just have fun making like short little tips and stuff. Nothing too crazy. And I don't, sometimes I'm just showing stuff from the game, and it just varies. Sometimes I'm trying to be funny. What's up, Nugget? How you doing, man? Crack the camera lens and blur everything. You're talking about when with the barrier crash? Need help with hair edit? What's this game about? This game is a tower defense card game, and I designed it in such a way that it would be smaller scope, something that I could produce without spending too much time on it. And so far I've spent 1 year and 3 months on it, and I'm hoping to have it out by the end of this year and then moving on to another game. But it's a tower defense card game. It's like Kingdom Rush meets Hearthstone, but it's like a speed deck builder. So it's all like live action. It's not like turn-based or anything, but you start out with a 3-card hand, and then you take the cards that you have and you place them on the nodes on the tree. And that's how you build up your tower. And you got to make sure and not get hit directly on the trunk. Like right there, I just lost. Yeah, I almost got him. But like, I don't have a game over screen yet. So actually he got me. The first hit he does is actually just, it's just for show. But then the orc's second hit is the real hit. Which I was thinking about actually putting some damage on that first hit. But like, yeah, like, so you're dealt cards every 17 seconds, and then you need to take that and build up your defenses and try to fend off who's trying to come and get you. And it's also matters how much mana you have. Like right now I start out with 300 mana crystals, but you're not going to have that many crystals. I'm going to start you out with like maybe like 10 crystals or something, or like 6 to 8. I don't know what that like sweet spot's going to be, but that way, so you can only build so much. Like right now I have like infinite money, more or less, you know, so that way I can test everything freely. But as you kill dudes, you earn more mana crystals. So I just lost again. And so you just try to survive based on the cards that you're given. And you can like you can individually target characters. Like here's like a goblin bomber. They instantly take out stuff when they hit. They're like basically creepers. And it takes time to build your arcana. So you have to like build stuff up and try to survive, you know? Right now it's a little unbalanced. Like all the waves keep like congregating too much on one side. So I need to make it so that they're like more even generally. But that's just going to come when it's more balancing. Right now I'm still just adding features and not fully into like designing levels, balancing levels out. But it's essentially that you are the tree. You're like an elven soul that's been bound to the tree, and you're trying to protect the forest from being destroyed. So your tree is the source of a magic barrier that's protecting the forest. So that's why they come after you specifically. And you're, you know, using the mana of the forest and the mana that you obtain through killing these. As you kill enemies, you like pull them into the ground and you just turn them into more mana crystals. And so, yeah, I mean, that's essentially the story. What about if the tree falls and it hits the screen? Well, that's actually the fall over where it comes forward. It was my initial idea that I've been wanting to do for the game over screen. And I didn't have it like hit the screen or anything. I just had it fall off the cliff. I actually initially was just going to have it like, just like stop here. So like it would like fall over and then boom, that would be the game over. So we should probably create that as well. So let's see, it's like right. Well, let's just create it fresh here, so it can be its own thing. I guess we could take the following one, do it like that, then falls over right here, and this. Not that one. Where's the leaves? Is that you? So again, it wouldn't just be a block of green. It'll actually be like defined like leaves and stuff. This is actually like my original idea. And I'm going to take out these in between ill-defined. Wasn't the saw wood? Did you update the sprite? I did make it more just metal. I call it the steel tooth saw. I've been calling it the steel tooth saw for a while. And didn't it shoot down through all the enemies? It does shoot through the enemies, but you have to intentionally select enemies in the back to make the saw through multiple enemies. Would be cool if he comes and cracks the screen though. Maybe one of 3 ways it could fall. Potentially, I don't know, like if I'm gonna do alternative endings, alternative game overs. I suppose we could do a crack screen one real quick. Do the same one. Someone else suggested this earlier too. Is that you, We Leave? The thing about it is like that would make it less roleplay, you know? Because I mean, like I'm acknowledging that there's a computer screen and you're no longer like in a forest. So for that reason alone, I'm like not sure that it's canon or... But I suppose it just wouldn't necessarily matter. Just depends on how much I want to kind of play with it. How playful I want to be with it. Eh. Just create 3 full screen animations of the tree, no big deal. I know, right? It's as easy as pie. I mean, if it was like it broke your screen, then I suppose you would see darkness, wouldn't you? Getting like full role play with Anna wants to code. Well, welcome in. I'm just playing with different game over ideas. We got Screen Crack. We got the Crumble. We got, and none of these are like finished. They're just like preliminary ideas. The Fall Over. My personal favorite, but the one we probably won't do, the Explosion. Call it the Barrier Crash. What's up, Anna? Thanks so much for the raid. Let me give you an SO. How was your stream? Aloha. Adictka, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just kind of playing around, seeing if there's anything, if there's any alternative game over screens that I might want to do. And the other one was like having it like fall to the back. I don't leave an animation for that one. That one actually kind of looks nice in a sense. So I'm not sure which one I'm gonna do. Yeah, my pleasure. Excuse me. Stream was good. Struggled for a while before I settled on making a tree. Also, thank you for the follow. Yeah, my pleasure. What's up, Rat? More trees. Yes. Here, I'll show you my tree. Here's the full tree. It's the full level. That's my tree. Well, I'm gonna have to drop by and check out your tree sometime. I'll be sure to see what the deal is. Yo, yo, yo. Like the tree falling over. That's the one I think I'm probably gonna go with. Honestly. None of them are refined though, so it's like I think any of them can be cooler than they are in current state. But I do think the fall over is probably gonna be the one, you know. Which one makes you feel like you've lost the most? Of course we're in ads, but You're not there yet, but you will be. That's the spirit. Let's go. Just takes a little elbow grease. What kind of project are you doing, Anna? Yeah. What kind of game are you making? Or what are you coding? What's up, nature? Yeah, that's right. We're killing trees today. You could do different animations based on what kills the player. That's a possibility. I'm like probably not going to do more than one though, just because of the fact that scope-wise, it's like you could always have like a million things, but I think I need to basically limit it to one just to be effective project management-wise. So I got to pick the best one, or at least the one that just works across the board. And if I honestly, it's probably going to be either this one or the one where it just falls over and the leaves like stay there. But I kind of like the wipe, how like the leaves wipe away and then you see the game over after. But yeah, squash 200 plus lint errors. Damn, Forrest. You only have 306 to go. Right now you're learning to code, so you're not really making anything yet. I'm in my learning era, the era of knowledge. Let's go. I'm down for that. Ish. Here, let me show you the game. So it's a tower defense card game, which you can find over here on Steam if you want to wish list. It's don't have a demo yet. I do want to release it this year. It's the plan, but I just added the icons to the card, and they're not fully organized yet and looking how I want them in regards to like their placement. So that's just kind of a rough piece that's in there right now. But anyways, so you get cards and they do different things. You place the cards on the nodes to play them, and you can play them as many as you want as long as you have the mana crystals to do it. And since I'm deving, I have infinite mana. Well, I have 300 mana crystals. I'm not going to give you so many. But anyways, you build these different arcanas, and they have just different properties, different functions, different uses. And that was actually a really bad placement for the steel trap, because that can only work if it's like next to enemies. So it matters where you place it. There's like certain strategic advantages where you can place stuff. Looks like I'm out of range, so I'm going to increase. You can actually upgrade. If you have the mana crystals, you can upgrade directly on the quick menu, but it is more expensive. If you get another Thornblade card, it's easier to like upgrade that way. But yeah, so it's like you're just trying to survive this sort of way. Suck on that. And your cards pretty much like always have a use. Like if you have a rank, like they can only be upgraded to rank 3, and once they hit rank 3, you can play the card. If they've lost life, it'll act as a heal. But if it's full health, then it'll act as like a attack, like a buff. And here I have a death flower that just grew because I killed enough dudes, and then I can redeem with that an AoE. You know, like flash freeze, whatever. These all just do like a lot of, they're assorted different things. But like I'll do flash freeze right now. Recently did this one. Freeze all the enemies. Give me a little time to build some stuff. But yeah. So again, it was like kind of a simple design intended to be something that I could build without a ton of production time. And despite having something that is kind of a simpler, you know, scope, I've already spent over a year on it. So like, you know, But it's gonna be my first C++ Steam game, and it's gonna be awesome. Can't wait to do this, and then afterwards I'm gonna be doing a horror game. But yeah, that's my spiel. What tools, languages are you doing? Yeah, what language are you learning? Now you have my interest. Wishlisted it. This looks cool. Thank you so much for the wish list. The wish listing really helps. Even if you don't in the end buy it, just wish listing it alone is super helpful because it tells Steam to like push it out further, you know? So it's like, it's just a real big favor to me as a little teeny indie dev trying to break out into the world, in the big bad world of games. There's a dragon. Yeah, there is. There's dragons. There will actually, that was like the spear, the dragon rider, which is like a spear throwing, or like a little orc is like throwing spears from the riding the dragon. But eventually there will also be dragons that just straight up attack as dragons, breathing fire or whatever respective magic that they represent. 37K lines. Damn, dude. This looks amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, you wish listed it. Looks cool. Thank you, Rat. Appreciate that. Been lurking here a while and it looks great. I'm learning GD script in Godot. Nice. Nice. Well, you say you're not making a game yet, but that's definitely where you make games. Well, let me show you the dragon. Let's see. Let's pull out the dragon. After I save this big ass file, it's not getting so big. I have all these different game over scenarios. All right, Dragon Rider, where are you? Here is the Dragon Rider. Dragoon. Yeah. I have a bunch of, you know, new enemies, new cards, a bunch of stuff that's going to go into the game that I have to, once I get the demo out, there's going to be a demo in the next month. And then from there, it's going to be just trying to get the rest of the content into the game. So yeah, you would like to pet the dragon. I would not advise such things unless you are the dragon's buddy. Otherwise it will eat your face, as dragons do. But that is the dragon. And I was going to do some color corrections on the tree itself. But honestly, I'm just kind of chilling right now. This one I just kind of like how his face is kind of like morphs into an exploded face. It's fun. Yeah, this was the original one, but I'm like, not sure. And it would look something... We'd have like more detail. We're in like the super lo-fi part of this list. Super lo-fi. So yeah, it'll be like nice, like kind of leaf detailing. You think you like the impact of the tree exploding? Maybe if I saw it breaking apart up in the explosion, that would be cool, little detail. Yeah, these are all just like super rough concepts. They're not... I'm just trying to decide what I actually want to take the time to animate for real. And there's no way that I'm going to like hyper render just starting ideas kind of a thing. It's easy enough to kind of mock up like shitty versions of it just to kind of be like, is this good? Is this where I want to like dedicate like, you know, 50 hours animating this thing or whatever it's going to take. So I got to choose wisely. Know what I mean? But it's no thing just to kind of like whip these up and then just play with it. Decide. Animation is hard. It takes a lot of time. It really does. And yeah, I just definitely want to be smart with my time as much as I could be. It's not something you want to take lightly. But I'm just kind of relaxing. I feel like I'm starting to wind down. I'm not in any rush to make these decisions. It's too I find it's easier if I don't put a little pressure on myself. And obviously I already wanted to be working on like refining it, but it's really going to be between the fall one where it keeps falling or this one where it stays on the leaves. Probably. Happy that you can draw Stickman. Well, that's how you start. And there's been some pretty cool Stickman games. Just be proud of that Stickman. Be proud. Your head held high. Like a stick. Man. Boo. Hashtag Stickman Pride. Drawing is not for me. I have other skills. Fair enough, fair enough. You mean Vib Robin? Pretty crazy game. Stickman. There's like, yeah, the Stickman games are... There's a lot of Stickman games, actually. It's a classic game on PS1. You'll stick with world design and storytelling. Hey, man, that's good. That's big stuff. But you'll see how like the animation will become definitely more interesting once there's actually like leaf definition, you know? Of course, the alternative. If you're a gamer, do you keep a big A sprite file with everything on it, or do you have a file for each? I do a file for each. I think having everything in one file, I mean, it makes sense if you're doing like a tile set, but that's just asking for trouble. I mean, if like that one file gets corrupted, obviously you'd want to back it up a lot, but once it gets big enough, it just wouldn't make any sense, especially if you're doing any level of animation. If you're just doing static sprites, that'd be okay. But like, some of my sprites have upwards of like, 80 frames. So I can't, there's no way. I have to have individual files for each one. Right now you're working on your art and coding to eventually make an RPG style game that Cookie is actually writing the story for. Nice. Well, be careful about making the RPG your first game, because that's the thing about RPGs is they're massive to produce, as in like a lot of work, just assets alone. So for your first couple of games, as you're trying to evolve as a coder, try to pick simpler game styles just to learn. And so you can actually practice finishing a game. Because if you just go into the RPG first, in terms of actual execution of the idea, you're going to take like 15 years to do it. And so it'll feel really discouraging. So like build up by making some smaller games first. Get your head wrapped around actually making an entire game. And so make it some small ass simple game, Take like think of it this way too. If you want to stay oriented towards your RPG, maybe there's some mini games within the RPG. Just some off, like you go to a certain village and there's like a fishing place to fish, or there's like you think Final Fantasy VII, there's like a casino. You can go like racing or like do some stupid mini game, or a number of them. I don't know. But just something to get your feet wet first before you go into the massive production. 80 frames is a lot. That's pretty average for a lot of these animations. You're planning on making smaller games before I get there? Yeah, there you go. For now, I'm using RPG Maker while Anna can practice her things, indeed, like fun tower defense or even idle games. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're watching a guy with everything in a single file. I was curious on how he exports this image. Perhaps he needs to copy the image, paste it into a new file. Yeah, you might be watching someone who's using something like, Godot or something like that, where they're actually providing textures that are then cut into like, their respective areas. I know that if you use stuff like, there's certain programs that's how you kind of do things, especially if you're working in like 3D oriented programs that will basically, you're treating it like you're adding textures as opposed to what I'm doing, which is just straight up like 2D pixel art. And so I just have sprite sheets all around. Not perfect, but RPG Maker does the trick for now. Hey man, sometimes that's all you need. As long as it's fun, people don't really care how it's produced. Yeah. As long as it's fun, no one gives a shit. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? I wanna do this, gonna change the music, and we're gonna go to the music. I think my creative energy is spent for today, and that I'm going to start looking for somebody to raid you guys. I'm feeling like I need to give more time for this game over screen, and I'm in like a weird spot with it all that I need more time to just digest and really think about. Rat, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Rat the cookie. Maybe I should call you Cookie too. It's like a ratatouille, but with the cookie. And now you're Italian. I don't know anything. Nature, you have a good one too, man. I will try to sleep well. I feel like I have some day in me left, but yeah, like a lot of infrastructure stuff right now, a lot of minutia, and honestly, I do find myself leaning towards this one, where it just stops on the leaves, and the leaves could like kind of have like a nice little like squishy squash. I think this one is going to be it. It won't be like in so many frames. Oh, I'll definitely wait till after we come back from ads before I move on, by the way. So before I play that song, the official ending song, play something to hold the vibe. It's really nice animation. Thank you, man. Personally, I like this too. Yeah, like I think it's just better than like the fall over the cliff thing. It's just more, it's more like finality to it, and just kind of like doesn't take it too far. I think the game over screen should be something relatively quick. There will be more frames of like the tree falling over. Like it'll be, I think, still more of a gentle fall over. Like it'll start slow and then like speed up. So it's not going to be like just like instant like that. It'll have like a little bit of like a little more frames to kind of do its thing. So there's, like I said, it'll be this, but like embellished and well rendered. But I think this is like the vibe. Some iteration of this. Plus, it's like a nice way to get you deeper into the forest. Again, those damn ads, there's some sort of bug or some shit. Oh god, something's going on today. Game over. Game over. All right, so I'm gonna start looking for somebody to raid. So guys, I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So I'll be back on Friday, and there will just be more of dealing with this stuff. I think we'll probably be refining this animation, and I might be actually working on sound effects at that time as well, to keep it going, keep it rolling. But let me see if I can find someone to raid and get recharged. I got a guy. He's a pixel artist and he's French, but he'll speak English to us. But his art is really cool. He's making an RPG actually. So for you RPG makers out there, maybe we can inspire. And Amices! What are you Amices? What's going on, man? How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Amices. Thank you for the raid, man. Thanks for coming in. I want to hear how your stream was. I've been kind of working on this game over screen, and then I also started working on... I got the actual tooltips to show on the cards. Yips. So you can see like the little like icons showing up on the cards. They're just not positioned correctly yet, but they're there. And I need to get them. I don't know. I'm going to rethink that. Things are kind of a mess right now. But things are moving along. The game is coming along. And yeah. Everything's good. Got some solid work done. Nothing too fancy. Just fixes and tweaks all around. Hell yeah. Apparently someone here working actual hours, unlike AIM. I mean, how long did you stream? Damn, son. I usually go for like 8+ hours, but I was thinking of winding down soon here because like I feel kind of like there's no gas left in the tank creative wise for today. And I try not to push it. I did some cool ass shit today. Look at this. Look at the little gem on the tooltip. You see that little gem? Look how cool that gem is. And look at the heart. The heart is now like got extra light on it. It almost... I almost need to like put a stronger stroke on it maybe, but I think it looks sick. Like everything, like all the little tooltip icons were enhanced. And this little gem right here on the upgrade and on the tooltip, oh my god, that makes me happy. It looks good. We'll make great pets. Art is so good. Thank you, man. You did like 4 hours, but you're starving now? Well, Amices, you getting prepared for Easter? The difference between Amices and myself is that I don't have little cute humans vying for my attention the entire time that I'm streams. I'm just here in my quiet solitude making insane realities of trees attacking orcs and dragons. Just to be fair to Amices. You know what I mean? We'll make great pets. We'll make great pets. We'll make great pets. But yeah, I was actually just considering finding someone to raid and calling it a day, man. My tea's almost gone. It's going to be funny when I actually end up putting the game over screen because you guys are going to realize how hard this game actually is. I already lost like 20 times while I was showing you guys. Gonna go heat something up to eat. Amices, thank you so much for bringing your audience in, and go enjoy yourself. Rest well. Prepare for the Easter onslaught. I'm actually going to be doing a little stuff for Easter. I'm going to get... I'm going to be hanging with some family, doing some... I guess we're going to get some pork and some veggie I don't know what sort of gonna cook. Oh yeah, we were gonna do a carrot cake. We were gonna get like a mix and like make a carrot cake. Just full on, you know, Easter carrots, Easter carrots. We're making carrot cake for Easter. So that's what we're doing. Although I love that song and it is cool, we're going to start a raid. And that means we have to listen to our own choice of music. So guys, I will be back on Friday. And it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. I don't know what's precisely I'll be working on, but it's going to be fun. Because we're just going to either continue on this game over animation, making it really refined and awesome, or we're going to be working on sound effects, adding sounds to all the different stuff. Probably starting with like an explosion and just going deeper and deeper. I'm not sure if I'm going to put like footsteps sounds, but we'll definitely put like the sound of the forest in first, probably before the explosion. It's probably more important. But we're going to go raid a pixel artist who's working on RPG. Really talented dude. Like I said, he does stream in French, but he does speak English. So he'll talk English to us, and I don't know if what he'll do, but just to cruise in and get inspired looking at his cool art, it's the way to do it. He occasionally cruises into our stream from time to time as well. But yeah, so I will see you guys again on Friday. And I don't know what else to say other than if you haven't wishlisted Woods of War on Steam, please do. Even if you don't want to buy it, the wish list helps. It's a really big help. And Anna, thank you for that raid earlier. See you around next time. I definitely will cruise into your stream and see what's up. I want to see these trees that you're making. I love seeing other people's take on trees. Everyone has like their own way, you know, to tree. But man, it has been a good day. Guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging, for lurking. And I'll see you on the other side. I'll see you on Friday. Be well. Be well.